Aussie.
Well, here we are, Friday night, and silly me, I forgot to post a notification that I was going live at the usual time, but I am live at the usual time, but because I didn't post the notification, might be a little while before people show up. Pop. It's Friday night. It's party night. So start as we mean to go on. As the saying, that's a saying, isn't it? I was going to say, as the saying goes. Seems like a saying. Start as we mean to go on. Milk clarified view today. Can taste I put extra vermouth in that, and you can taste it. So it's not as sweet as I thought it might be. That's interesting. Tastes quite a bit like vermouth. Even in musical Aviator, I often, when I'm doing milk clarified cocktails, I often do a little bit. God, what just happened? I just went super out of focus. See if I can make it reset. Am I going to have to do that manually? Oh no, there we go. What the fuck was that? Why did I just suddenly go massively out of focus? That was very weird, but got it back under control. So you're under control. How about Western Australia? The Premier, man, he's got a hair trigger for pulling lockdowns, hasn't he? Who's going to stop him? It's not like there's an opposition in Western Australia. Yep, 3-day lockdown for Perth. So hope you got your toilet paper and your booze in before everything shuts. Actually, it's not that bad a lockdown from what they're saying. It's pretty strict. But man, you can tell, honestly, you can tell he's got no opposition. Just like, I'm doing a lockdown on Anzac Day weekend. Yikes. Oof, I think I might mix things up with a non-alcoholic drink. Just kind of swap between alcohol or maybe I'll just drink water. Water's actually a better idea, I think. I think water's a better idea. I normally have like a fizzy drink or a fruity drink. Maybe just water. Or actually, one of those sodas that I still have in here. Don't really want to drink tonic water. See, I'm not making the same mistake as last Friday night. I still plan to get pretty drunk, but I want to, see it through. I don't want to fucking crash and burn at midnight. But I know exactly what mistake I made last week, and I am not making it again tonight. Raiders, good evening to you, sir. What do I got in here? It's mainly tonic. Tonic. Not a huge. I don't mind a gin and tonic. This is the cucumber one. Cucumber and green tea. I need to get some more Cappy sodas. They're really good. Australian made. The bottle is embossed, little raised letters saying Australia and Cappy. And these sodas, these lightly flavored sodas, are really quite nice. There's like no sweetener. There's almost no calories in them, and it's just a really light flavor. I got to get some more because I drank them all because they're good. Because now I'm tempted to do a whiskey soda. One of the stronger whiskies with this, maybe. Fortis and green tea, cucumber and green tea. That might work. Might work. I've bloody forgot to do the notification thing. I hardly ever forget, but every now and then I do. And I just realize it's coming up to live time and I haven't even posted the thing saying I'm gonna do the live stream. I feel like I did it recently, though. I'm gonna look because it's very obvious from the thumbnail because it's not a picture. It's just a random shot from the live stream. Yeah, it was actually only a couple of weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago I did it. Forgot to post a schedule for the live stream. So it's like tonight and 2 weeks ago and then forever. Like it was just ages since I forgot to schedule a live stream. Yep, we are getting the party going, Shieldsy. I am at least. Music over. Trains yesterday out of the city and your line got stopped for half an hour. Packed the platform with enough people that people stopped trying to go on the platform. Damn. I friggin' hate that. I had a day in the office on Thursday, yesterday, and I went in on a tram, which was remarkably sparsely populated. And then I came home on a train, which is fucking pain. I had to wait for it. It was much more crowded than the tram. It's actually close to a normal level of crowding on the train. So lesson learned, like fucking going to work again or just go into the city again. I'm going by tram, not a fucking train. Shit, why can people be so dumb? People are dumb, man. Or self-centered. It's often very hard to tell which is which. There is a wise saying, and I don't know who it's attributed to, but it's never ascribe to malice that which can be explained by stupidity. So like when something bad happens or someone does something bad, there's an impulse to go, those pieces of shit, they did that on purpose. The saying is, yeah, don't assume they did it on purpose. They're probably just stupid. Probably wasn't a plan to be evil. They're probably just stupid. Safa, good evening. How are you, my friend? Okay, see, I'm drinking this too fast. So Cappy is coming up next. Sody. I'm actually do it just in this. This is growing on me. It didn't taste like I expected it to taste, which was slightly off-putting to start with. What the fuck? Piss off. Fucking Windows is making pop-ups come up. Sorry. Me just randomly going, what the fuck, and no one knows why. It's because there's pop-ups coming up on my screen. Nice, you had Indian for dinner. I had a chocolate fudge bar, which sounds bad, but it was one of my meal replacements, Optifast. And they're actually they actually do taste like a fairly decadent chocolate thing, but it's a very low calorie meal replacement. So go me. So now I'm going to get a bunch of calories from booze tonight. So yay. So it's a bit pink. It's like a rosé. A bit more like a rosé than a white wine. One of my clarified cocktails. I have several. I get this underway and do it. Obviously, got cocktail making gear on. I'm going to make 2 videos tonight. One is a cheaty one. I'm just going to pretend to make the drink because I already made it earlier. It's a more clarified one. But the other one, I'm going to make a tequila mockingbird because I love puns. Salumi, hello. Happy Friday. Safra, it was Windows trying to get me to, I don't know, pay for online backup. There's nothing on this fucking laptop to back up. It's not, I only use this laptop for live streams. So she was paying to get a boat when people still all jump on the same boat. Oh, I can imagine, actually, people being real dicks, getting boats from your island to the mainland or to another island. So I've got my clarified Mando sidecar to try, and that's one's for a video. And I've still got some of the other clarified cocktail I was actually drinking last night. So there's some of that, yay. And I'm going to make a tequila mockingbird. It's for the what day? It's like for next Wednesday, the 28th. It's St. George's Day today, England's National Day. It's also Shakespeare's birthday, apparently. So, I didn't know that. A little bit of trivia. Harper Lee helped Truman Capote write an article for The New Yorker, which would later evolve into his best-selling book In Cold Blood, one of the earliest fictionalized true crime things. So Tequila Mockingbird, tequila, crème de menthe, and lime juice, and a little bit of sugar syrup. Cool. I'm going to make that a little bit later. Hello, Annette. There I am. I didn't I didn't schedule this. Slipped on my mind. Shields, it's one of the immutable laws of the universe. If people are given an opportunity to be dicks, they will be dicks. I've actually, okay, here's a weird thing. I think I've admitted this on other live streams. I used to buy a lot of discs, DVDs, and of course later Blu-rays, and I didn't watch them all. I've got dozens of discs out there I haven't watched. One of them is Capote, Seymour Hoffman as Capote, and I haven't watched it. So maybe even this weekend, see, let me know I've got your recommendation. I might watch it this weekend. And yes, I did see that, Raiders. Cum Rocket is trending on Australian Twitter. Cum Rocket is apparently the name, it's another joke name, for a cryptocurrency. I did see on the cryptocurrency front, a Turkish guy who apparently was running one of the cryptocurrency exchanges seems to have done the bolt with $2 billion with a B, $2 billion of people's assets. Told you cryptocurrency was a scam just waiting to happen. Oh, nice. Sulimi, you were planning to rewatch this weekend, planning to watch Green Mile again too. I actually was flicking through channels on Foxtel, and the Green Mile was on the other day, and I watched about half of it. Very rewatchable. Safa, Turkey banned all cryptocurrency, I think. But not that means anything because it's a secret online currency. Safa, that is an excellent rule number one. Don't be a dick because karma's a bitch. Just don't be a dick because why would you be a dick? Okay, that got better as it went along. Maybe because I was getting slightly more drunk. Safa, Foxtel is rich people. Yeah, baby. That's me. There's also, it is overpriced. It's absolutely overpriced. I've had Foxtel forever. I got it when my offspring were young because it had like 6 kids channels. Yeah, putting a little bit of ice in. Doesn't really need it because my Cappy's been chilling in the fridge. But I'm just going to put my Cappy on ice. Oh, yes. Salimi, Michael Clark Duncan. Gone too soon. He was good in the Green Mile. Boss. I might do a whiskey and soda later. But for now, I'm being good and I'm just going to have some soda on ice. Shieldsy, Disney Plus has some fucking great stuff on it, especially since they added stars. It's great just being able to watch any Disney movie, any Star Wars, any Marvel, any Pixar, just whenever you want. But the additional stuff that's on stars since they added stars is great. I love Shieldsy. You're the good angel on my shoulder. Someone's going to come on and they'll be the bad angel telling me to have another drink. Raiders, yes, when Foxtel was marketed as ad-free, that was actually this really fucking intense thing with the commercial channels saying Foxtel wasn't allowed to run ads. It was weird. Safa, no, Stars is on Disney Plus in Australia. Excellent, Silumi, you're my bad angel. That was a good sentence. I just really like that as a sentence. Looking forward to the next time you're able to visit Melbourne so we can go out and hit a couple bars, actually. Yeah. Oh, okay. Speaking of bad angels, Fox of Fate, hello. And CWN on Twitch, salute. Here we go. Unpaid advertisement. Cappy sodas are very good. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. How are you? See, Shieldsy, you have got to keep up the good fight, Shieldsy. You're my good angel. Okay, so the rest of you, be ashamed of yourself because Shieldy's my good angel. Man, I am feeling that one already had it. It's a good idea to have a soda. And then I think I'm going to drink this soda and then I will do my first cocktail video. And you'll get to know it's a sneaky fake thing because I'm not really making it because I made it earlier. Magic of editing will make it look like I'm making it. Nice. Salumi, mid-year uni break, lead back. Invisible Chicken, hello. You stealthed in. Nice. Kirsten, See, Kirsten, you're a hybrid bad, good angel. You bad angel getting me to drink booze, but a good angel encouraging me to only drink good booze made by Australian makers. Raiders, the one I rarely do shots. I very rarely do shots. Hell yeah, Silumi, you're my favorite non-binary pansexual switch. We will go to hell in a handbasket together. That's oh my god! It's Friday night. It's party night. Let's go on party night. I'm really intrigued as to what my clarified Mando sidecar is going to taste like because I haven't tasted it properly. I just made it this afternoon and I've been chilling it in the fridge. So it's basically cognac, a mandarin liqueur made by Applewood distilleries in South Australia. It's equivalent of limoncello but made with mandarin and just a little bit of lemon juice. And then I clarified it, and it's this very nice light yellowy orange. Saf, you're having a Queensland beer, are you? Raiders, we're all going to hell. There we go. Annette, you don't think Mando had a very strong taste? Well, I'm going to do this clarified one, which will probably... I might even experiment and make it again non-clarified and taste it, because I didn't taste a non-clarified version. Fuck, actually, I should do that. No, I'm going to do it. Okay. I said I wasn't going to make it when I make the video, but I'm going to make it, and then I'll have clarified, non-clarified. So, oh my God, we are the bunch. Invisible Chicken, non-binary Arrow Ace. Oh, yeah, if you listen to the evangelists, we're all going to hell, Invisible Chicken. Fox, yes, you are the favorite pansexual, gender fluid, polyamorous Dom Furry. We are just the best. We are the fucking best, honestly. Choking on Ashes, hello. Oh, shit, your neighbor woke you up at 2. Choking on Ashes, do not feel guilty if my gentle dulcet tones lull you to sleep. I won't take it personally. Oh, my God, that's the struggle, Silumi, being poly and single. Damn. CWN, am I on Discord? No. Well, there's not like an Angry Aussie Discord. I'm not streaming on Discord. I'm streaming on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. I'm starting to get into Discord. Some of the other YouTubers who do cocktails set up a Discord and we chat and sometimes text chat and sometimes video chat on that. But so I'm starting to get I think choking on ashes. Being a switch means you're happy to change between being dominant and submissive. Best of both worlds. Invisible Chicken. Heavens for the boring. We're just gonna have a good time. Sarf, are you the only hetero white guy here? No, dude. Some of us are cis white. Some of us are cis white. Oh my god, I'm not that drunk, and that's not a difficult sentence. Some of us are cis het white guys. So that's the thing, Safa. We are an all-encompassing umbrella. There is nothing wrong with being a cishet white guy. There's nothing wrong with not being a cishet white guy. We have a very big umbrella that we like to bring everyone in under who's not a dickhead. Our only exclusion is no dickheads allowed. Yeah, Silumi, I didn't think that was a tongue twister, but cishet white guys took me so long to get out, honestly. I want these delightful glasses. I think you can probably see the etching on them. These are called Nick and Nora glasses, and this etching, I just love these. Oh, that's nice, choking on ashes. Went out in the afternoon, that's nice. There you go, CWN. That's the thing. Being in cis, when you're cis, you can be on the bottom or the top. Doesn't matter. Absolutely doesn't matter. Man, Mrs. Angry has got Star Trek turned up loud in the next room. I'm going to have to infringe a bit and say, can you turn down a little bit so I can record a video? Lots of bloody phaser fire. She just finished Deep Space Nine, and tonight she started rewatching Enterprise, that prequel series. So and I'm glad, choking on ashes, I'm glad Fox of Fate's kindness helped you. We try to be kind. Yes. So well, no dickheads and trolls, not for long. Is it really bad if occasionally I miss just ripping the fuck into a troll? I mean, it's actually much better for everything that we don't have trolls. But every now and then I went, man, I haven't had a troll in a while. I just feel like fucking ripping someone to pieces. But we're actually better off if there are no trolls. Invisible Chicken, you're going to rewatch the original series. Yeah, actually, because it's so complex, I wouldn't mind rewatching Discovery, because that was a fuck sight more complex than most Star Trek. RCUBN, you're a TNG fan. Nice. We've all got our different nerd shit. So I'm not going to get a copyright thing because it's just sort of in the background. Although, I tell you what, I don't know if you remember years ago, Aidsy and I used to do commentary tracks for movies. We'd watch a movie on DVD and do a commentary track so you could watch it with us and have a commentary track. And we'd have the volume on really low, and we'd have subtitles on usually. But sometimes, I was watching something on a streaming thing that didn't have subtitles, and so the volume had to be a bit higher. And in one of them, it didn't get a copyright strike, but it got a thing saying copyright holders claims might run ads against this. And I was like, oh, that's okay. Yeah, Raiders, the Trump trolls are still not over it. It's fucking hilarious. Jesus, their absolute failure is hilarious. It's great. CWN, that's a fair observation. Kirk could beat up Picard, but Picard's a better captain. Oh, nice. Oh, look, choking on ashes, cleaning's overrated. I like that you got to go out park with some lovely spring weather. Don't let weird societal bullshit make you think you have to clean up. Safa, how long would it take to watch all Star Trek ever made? I think there's probably people who have compiled that. It's certainly hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours, because you got the original series, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise, Discovery, and Picard, and the movies, if you count the movies as well. So hundreds, if not thousands of hours. And in the next year or so, there's apparently going to be another 3 Star Trek TV series come out. Oh, also Below Decks, the animated series, which is fucking great. It's very funny. Right, I might make the Mando sidecar now. No, wait. What am I doing? Cocktail of the day. Cocktail of the day. I think it's Tuesday is King's Day, 27th. Let me double check that. Let me double check that. Yes, it is the King's Day on Tuesday. National Day of the Netherlands. I am here for Homer. I am here for Homer. Where is the Koningsdag cocktail? The King of Orange. Looking at these things. Oh, that's why these fucking recipes are fixated with Ketel 1 vodka, because that's a Dutch vodka. Oh, vodka sucks balls. All right. So, I actually want... want to do a Gennaro's sidecar. Gennaro sidecar, coming up with an original Angry Aussie cocktail, because I'm a legend. Okay, because I was just looking for a limoncello recipe that I'd replace the limoncello with Mando. Shieldsy, you do the commentary while they're making drinks. Nice. Shieldsy, who asked? Safa, Below Decks is on Amazon Prime in Australia. And hello, Justin. CWN, we have a discussion about everything and anything. Is there a topic on which you would like to discuss? Because we all go there. That's the thing we do. Discuss everything and anything. So I want cognac, Mando, and lemon juice. That's easy. Cognac, Mando, and lemon juice. Cognac, Mando, and lemon juice. And a shaker and some ice. Swatch it under iceberg. Swatch it under iceberg. This is clarified Mando thingy. I get that out. Lemon juice. That's what I was really coming to get. Okay, here's where Angry starts to get drunk because he's gonna have 2 different cocktails. Right. Oh, that was good. What was it? Oh, that's probably the clarified sidecar. There's a few drops in this glass that tasted really good. Root, you bloody well. Okay, I'm going to put this up here so it's you got nostril cam happening. Hey. Is there a cocktail? There is. Look, Difford's recommends a cocktail called Merchant of Venice, which sounds interesting. So, GWN, your idea for talk. There was a leak in the States about higher up in CNN talking about manipulating the news. That's a complex question. It's probably horseshit, but all media manipulates the news. It's as simple as that. Anyone who says they don't think the media manipulates the news has a vested interest in manipulating the news, basically. I just realized because I ran out of things last sentence. My camera's not even here. So I've got to disappear for a second. Just got to go get my camera and light. Won't be long. Right. That's just a tripod. That doesn't even have a camera on it. It's just a tripod. Here's the thing, yeah, CWN, here's the thing. I think most news we see, outside of just insane shit like Fox News, most news is true-ish, but it's presented from a particular point of view. It's rarely outright lies, but it's always colored by an agenda. Invisible Chicken, you're making the choice of placing story on the front page instead of a different story showing. Yeah. That at its simplest level, like media putting things front and center, is manipulation. Oh, right. Okay, sorry, Raiders. I hadn't heard that. If that story about someone in CNN talking about manipulating the news came from Project Veritas, it's a complete fabricated lie. Veritas is Latin for truth, which is hilarious because those stupid, spongy, and they're criminals. How the people in Project Veritas have stayed out of prison, I'll never know. But they're actual criminals. But literally everything they've ever done has been a lie. Everything they're famous for has been a lie. And hello, Laura. How are you, by the way? Mimsy's just come into the kitchen. What are you doing, Mimsy? You can come up on your little tree if you like. I just got to get the camera as well. What are you doing, you weirdo, Mimsy? Close the door so you don't come in again, Mimsy. All right, so put a few things in. Got to put my camera on its mount. It's nothing. It's my video camera, by the way. Just got to put it on its mount. Oh no, Kirsten, you're in a small apartment but have still managed to lose your phone, your headphones, and a drink in the last 10 minutes. Good Lord. Oh, nice. You had a cocktails yesterday, Laura. Nice. Cocktails are good. All right. Put the camera on the mount. Got to frame it up for making videos. Make sure it's on 4K so I'm in sexy HD. 4K, okay. Okay. And let's zoom out. Okay, zoom in a bit. Okay, just got to check the framing off camera. It's a little bit low. Just got to do a teeny bit higher. Nope, that's not right. All right. Put my brighter lights on as well, actually. All right. That one on. Plug it in. That might work better if the light is actually plugged in. And away we go. And one more bright light. All right. Yeah, okay, that's good framing. That is good framing. Going to make Mando sidecar. A little bit of ice in it to keep the glasses chilled. Oh, yeah, Shieldsy, 4K to see all my sort of skin blemishes and wrinkles. Ooh, nice. Kirsten Martini with chicken nuggets. Nice. And bonjour, Lee, by the way. So I'm going to make my Mando and compare clarified and unclarified. I need my cocktail shaker. That's right. I was being efficient this afternoon and washing things. Glasses in the dishwasher. But damn, it's still hot. All right. Should have thought of that sooner and put it in the fridge or something, but that's okay. Phone and drink located. Winning, Kirsten. Absolutely winning. Right, so that's framed up. And you will get nostril cam for a while. And double chin cam. Quadruple chin? I don't know how many there are there. So that's right. Sorry, I was just going to check something. Are you likely to turn the TV back on? Just notice you put a pause at the moment. Yeah. Or just if it comes back on loud in the middle of when I'm shooting something, be really noticeable. Okay, it'll be like 10 minutes. All right. Household negotiations. It's a shared thing in the house. Right. I'll tell you a story about this tie when I finish the video too. I'll show it to you properly and tell you a story. I'll probably forget. I promised to tell you a story, so remind me. I promised to tell you a story about this tie. Right. Gotta turn on my audio recorder. Faithful Zoom warhorse. It's been with me for over a decade. I don't remember exactly how long, but a very long time. And still doing sterling duty. Right. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready for a cocktail. And I'm doing basically a couple of experiments with this cocktail. Milk Punch Monday, I'm going to do a clarified cocktail. That's part of the experiment. The other part is I'm improvising the cocktail itself. This was inspired by looking up, what happened around this time, and we're around the time of the Netherlands National Day, also known as King's Day. And if you didn't know, the national color of the Netherlands is orange. And so everything goes orange on the Netherlands National Day, King's Day. And I have purchased a product called Mando from the Applewood Distilleries in Adelaide, Australia. It is essentially a Mandarin version of limoncello. And I was going, I need to make something with it. I'll just find a recipe that has limoncello in it. And I found a variant on a sidecar, which was one of the first cocktails I really got into when I started getting into cocktails a couple of years ago. And it adds limoncello to a standard sidecar. So I thought, Mando in place of limoncello. I bet that works. It's also going to make the drink very orange, which makes it a perfect drink for King's Day. And I'm going to do a side-by-side, show you the difference in color of the Mando sidecar and a clarified Mando sidecar. And I'm going to do a taste test as well. But let's get into making it now. I didn't get any of the stuff ready. Wait, no, I did. It's right. Oh my God. I'm not tonight is going to be messy because I'm forgetting stuff and I'm not drunk yet. So look out. Where's my G at? A sidecar is a simple 3-ingredient cocktail with cognac or brandy and an orange liqueur, curacao, triple sec, whichever one you like, and some lemon juice. It's that simple. The Gennaro sidecar adds a little bit of limoncello, so I'm getting a bit creative with what I do with that. But first, cognac. My XO cognac, going to do 45 blah, blah, blah. I forgot the fucking thing and I stumbled. 45 mils. Why did I doubt myself? God damn it. Start again. A sidecar is a simple 3-ingredient cocktail. Cognac or any brandy, an orange liqueur, whether you like curacao, triple sec, Cointreau, that type of thing, and lemon juice. Really simple, elegant, nice. Gennaro sidecar adds a little bit of limoncello, so I'm getting a bit creative by bringing the Mando in. But the first part is our brandy. I'm using an XO cognac, which some people might say is a waste, but this is really nice and I like it in cocktails. So first up, 45 mils, 1.5 ounces of the brandy that you choose. This is Mando, as you can see. It's quite orange, as one would expect from something made from mandarin. So I'm going to completely substitute the orange liqueur and limoncello from a Gennaro sidecar to just be all Mando. I don't know how this will work out. I haven't tested it ahead of time, but I'm just going with my gut, and I'm going to do 45 mils, 1.5 ounces of Mando. The final touch is a bit of lemon juice, fresh if you've got it. I squeezed some earlier. We're just going with 15 mils, half an ounce of lemon juice. Want some ice, gotta get some ice, don't want to smash any ice. I'm just gonna use my ice. As there's citrus in this cocktail, we'll be shaking it. So add ice to our shaker, put the two halves together, bang it in hard, and give it a good solid shake for about 10 seconds. Come on. Oh, I fucking hate it when this. I always think I'm going to break the glass. There we go. Felt it good that time. I'm going to strain the cocktail into a Nick Anora glass I've had chilling. You can see it's got a really quite appealing orange color going on. But to clarify this same cocktail, all you do when you mix the cocktail is add it to milk and then let that curdle, then strain it through a coffee filter, like just a paper coffee filter. My advice, do it at least twice to get a really clear end result. Hot tip, if you want a really full-on, try that again. Hot tip, if you want a really detailed explanation of milk clarification, you should check my playlist, which will pop up at the end of this video. Subscribe to my channel. I have a bunch of videos showing in quite some detail how to milk clarify cocktails. But what you get when you milk clarify, you go from this to this. You can see it's a really dramatic difference visually from an opaque orange to a brilliant clear yellowy orange. It's yellow, little tinges of orange. Very nice. But now for the all-important taste test of a Mando Sidecar. Well, that's really good. The Mando has, it's not as strong a flavor as orange, for instance. If you had an orange liqueur, it's got its own little character in there. But how does it compare when it's being clarified? Okay, this tastes sweeter. I think the brandy flavors are not coming through as much if I compare. This actually, like, unsurprisingly, the Mando liqueur actually really tastes like mandarin. Whereas when we clarify it, it becomes lighter and sweeter. Well, they're both very good in my opinion. As I said, Sidecar is one of my favorite cocktails. It's one I got into very early on when I started exploring cocktails. Simple 3-ingredient cocktails can be magic, and the Sidecar is one of those. And even doing little variants like this, it still holds up. There's a really nice balance. Like the cognac I used in there, it's a really full, round, fruity flavored cognac. The Mando has lightened it and made the taste a bit sharper in a good way. And then the clarification process. It's taken out any dominant notes. The Mando, surprising to me, is slightly dominating the cognac in the straight version, whereas in this, it's lightened those Mando notes and you've just got a really light, sweet citrus flavor in it. This is just like dangerously deceptive. 1.5 shots of cognac and 1.5 shots of liqueur. It's not the booziest cocktail I've ever drunk, but the fact it just tastes like this very light, sweet citrus drink. Very dangerous. Little thing you got to watch out for when you do milk clarifications. It tends to really tone down the alcohol notes, which can trick you into drinking more than you intend. I know I've fallen into that trap. So, well, I'm now perfectly balanced. Double fisting with 1 Mando and 1 clarified Mando Sidecar. This will keep me happy for a while. Hope you stay happy. As I was saying, it'd be great if you subscribe to the channel, hit the little notification bell so you know when I do upload. And if you're interested in the clarification process I do quite often, not necessarily every Monday for Milk Punch Monday, but a lot. If there's a classic cocktail that you'd like to see clarified, to see what happens to it, let me know. I'd love your suggestions. I'd love to see you again soon. But until I do see you again, just, take care. Look after yourself. Look after people around you. Do something good in the world. And until I do see you again, cheers. Double-fisted cheers. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. I almost dropped that. Shit. I've got to switch some things off. I'm all done. All right. So we might hear phaser blasts again soon. Mrs. Angry going to turn the Star Trek back on. All right. Let me get back into the fray. Here we are. There we go. All right. Celtic King, you think the ice shaking is angry ASMR? That'd be part of ASMR. Yes. Invisible chicken, milk clarified citrus. Cuts down the acidity. You don't need extra sugar. I should make a video once. There's this really elaborate sugar syrup I've made a couple times that's really good. It's like a cordial. It's fucking magic. Here's what you do. You get your citrus, whichever citrus you have, whatever citrus you like, as much as the citruses you like, you peel it. Okay, collect all the peel into a bowl, weigh it, and then whatever that weighs, you cover it with double that weight in sugar. Like the easiest is caster sugar, because that will dissolve quicker. But you cover the citrus in, let's say, caster sugar, double the weight. If you want, you can muddle it a bit, because what you want, little magic thing, the sugar sort of leaches the citrus oil out of the peel. You can get it going by muddling it, but you don't have to. Then you leave it for about 24 hours. And over a period of about 24 hours, the caster sugar will leach the citrus oil out of the peel and will turn into a really thick syrup. Then what you do, now here's where the path splits. You can make a choice. If you want like a standard, what's called an oleosaccharum, which is a citrus oil sugar syrup, which is a really nice, tangy, zesty sugar syrup, you add water to that syrup. The same weight in water as the citrus peel weighed. So, for instance, say you ended up with 100 grams of citrus peel. You cover that in 200 grams of sugar. Leave that for like 24 hours, and the sugar will turn into a syrup. You can mix it and stuff to really get it going. And then you'd add 100 grams or 100 mils of water and mix that till it's fluent. And then strain it, and you've got this really nice, tangy, citrusy sugar syrup, which is great for drinks. But here's the other path is the more complicated one. The other path, which is instead of 100 mils of water, you add 100 mils of the citrus juice. Whatever citruses you've peeled, maybe it's just one, maybe it's just lemon, maybe it's just limes, maybe it's a mix. But you instead of adding water, you add the citrus juice in that volume, and you mix it so it's all liquefied, and then you strain it so it's just liquid, and then you milk clarify that syrup, and what comes out the other end is fucking magic. It's just like the world's best cordial. It's not good for you because there's a lot of sugar in it. I'm not saying this is good for you. There's a lot of sugar in it. But just as a cordial, like it's really great as a sweetener for drinks, but even just use it by itself as a cordial, like, make your own fizzy drink, either just water or like one part of this to 3 parts soda to make your own unique fizzy drink. Fuck, it's good. I've got some I made with blood orange in the fridge. I think it's still okay. It's really good though. So I'm choking on ashes. You like this one? Yeah. Not many. You have to be in Australia to get Mando, I think, but that's really good. That really shows off Mando. I wouldn't have thought like this cognac. This cognac doesn't mess about. This cognac's got a pretty strong flavor. It's really sort of fruity and round and rich and deep. Like it's the aging on this. They Exo means I think it's 10 years or older, maybe 6 years old. But this one is a blend, and the different cognacs in the blend are aged 12 to 21 years. In case you know, Kirkland, this is a Costco cognac, but it is actually sourced from French distilleries. It has to come from distilleries in the cognac region of France to be called cognac, but they've done their own blend. It's really good. Toronto Maple Leafer, hello. I feel like it's a long time since I've seen you, and thank you for the belated birthday wishes. Yeah, look, you can do all sorts of things, Invisible Chicken, with how much sugar you use, because it's a rich syrup. Like the whole thing with making sugar syrups and flavored syrups for drinks is really easy. It's just 50% whatever and 50% sugar. Standard sugar syrup is 50% water, 50% sugar, and you mix it and voila. A rich simple syrup is 2 to 1. So it's like 2 parts sugar to 1 part water. So it's richer. A honey syrup is 50% honey, 50% water. And a rich honey syrup is 2 parts honey to 1 part water. Homemade grenadine, which is way fucking better than store-bought grenadine. It's pomegranate juice. You get a good quality pomegranate juice that doesn't have added sugar or additives or shit, which is very easy to get. So you get 50% pomegranate juice, 50% sugar, and homemade grenadine is great. Laura, yes, let's open it up. It's Friday night. I'm going to put the link. Because we should be having chats because it's Friday night. Yeah, I've not really got into honey syrups, Invisible Chicken, but some people swear by them. And of course, because there's so many different flavors of honey, you get so many different flavors of honey syrup. So it's good. What do I want? I want Control V, don't I? Yeah, that's a link. Toronto Maple Leafer, things are great in my part of Australia. We had the scary news that someone who went into hotel quarantine in Perth contracted coronavirus, was wandering around Perth for 5 days while they were infectious. Perth's just gone into a 3-day lockdown, but he got on a fucking plane to Melbourne. And so we've just got to wait and see if people start testing positive in Melbourne. And first cab off the rank, Lee, how you doing?
Hey, I feel like I'm always the first cab off the rank.
Nothing wrong with that, matey. We're going to be joined by Shizzy, my angel, my good angel on my. Is the good angel on your left shoulder? And I've got the trouble is you're outweighed, Shieldsy. I think 3 people volunteered to be the bad angel. So I'm like this. I'm unbalanced at the moment. I've got bad angels.
No, actually, no. Angels should be on the right because it's always right.
Okay, so the good angel's on the right.
Right.
I think Lee would be a good angel too. Lee says I'm a good angel. Yeah, but all the bad angels on the left are weighing me down. And Laura's joining us as well. Hi, Laura.
Hi there.
Yeah, okay.
How's it going?
It's going pretty well, actually.
Good.
Although I did faint last week, which was a bit weird. But I'll tell you about that in a second. That angel thing, though, my problem is that I'll have one angel on one side saying, the devil angel basically saying, that's a really good idea. And then the good angel goes, yeah, that's a really good idea.
No. I've got some degree of balance. I've got Shieldsy and Lee on one shoulder preaching moderation, and over here I think I've got, from what we said, we've got Salumi and Fox of Fate and Kirsten, and they're all like, no, drink more. So it's like there's almost a balance, but it's going on. Oh, nice. Sorry, I just saw in the chat Salumi saying, talking kinks with a cute prospect. So someone's having a good night. Nice. Salumi's off being a bad angel, so isn't joining us. Nice. Oh shit! There's a fucking fruit fly right there. Sorry. Oh, I heard. Sorry, Toronto Maple Leaf is saying you're having a full-scale stay-at-home in Ontario. Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
I know a few people in Canada been telling me about getting big lockdowns, and fucking India's going to hell in a handbasket. It's
My
like
family over there are definitely feeling it.
300,000 new cases in a day.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit.
Well, you gotta
It's
get
right
over
as
how big the
wildfire, isn't it?
population is over there.
Yeah.
The thing to remember about India, though, is that there are an awful lot of poor people, and they live very, very close together. It's slum
Yeah.
town stuff, which
Yeah,
means
no.
that, and if you actually look, the richer a country is, the less close people live. So they have bigger houses and they live further away from each other, so you don't like cross-contaminate to your neighbours as much.
Yeah. No,
You live in Australia, live thousands of kilometres apart.
Yeah. And that's why the state lockdowns in Australia worked. When there was an outbreak in one state, other states were able to go, cool, no one from that state's coming here. And that actually worked.
Yeah, I think WA is still very, very strict, despite the cases not really being that high. They're still
Man,
like, no, you still have to go into quarantine.
The WA Premier doesn't give a shit because he's got literally no opposition. Like, he swept the last election to a crazy degree. As I was joking on Twitter, it's like, the WA Premier is such a responsible guy because he like fronted the media, did a presser, he was very serious and whatnot. But seriously, he could have just danced in going, pew, 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 I'm the Premier. Who's going to fucking stop me? Pew, 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 pew. Because he's got
Wonder
no
how long
opposition.
until the corruption starts to show.
I know. And I am actually with you, Shieldsy. I support the Labor Party over the Liberal Party. Definitely. But that degree of dominance, the door to corruption is just waiting. I'm not saying they're corrupt now, but level of dominance.
It's happened with our Labor government here in our state.
Yeah.
They get power.
Well, my Irish grandfather always voted Labor.
You need a strong opposition, because without a strong opposition, people get complacent and corruption sets in. Kelly, how you doing? Maybe? No? I can't hear you, Kelly, if you're saying anything. That's okay. Yes, fortunately, Kirsten, you got to see your mum in the last 3 weeks, and this thing didn't happen now, but yeah.
Just made it by the skin of your teeth.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Abigail. I hadn't seen you in the chat. Yes, you're right. That it was like the US was saying, we've got so many new cases, and India just went, hold my beer. It's like,
yeah. Anyway, guys, I've got to get ready for the weekend because I'm going to Glenelg.
Oh, nice.
Having an awesome time there for a business seminar.
I'm supposed to be going away, but I don't know when I'll be going away tomorrow.
Au revoir, everyone. And
thanks for dropping in, man.
I certainly hope you guys get to win, despite me being a Montreal Canadian supporter. But
thanks for dropping in, Lee. Later, man.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Toronto Maple Leaf, that saying absolute power corrupts absolutely is true. Even honorable people, if they have unchallenged power is a really bad thing. You gave me unchallenged power, terrible things would happen. All my worst
Oh
personality traits.
God,
were
you don't want to imagine what would happen if Trump got absolute power in the US. Oh my God.
Hmm.
Mm.
You know, yesterday I was in a Zoom chat with a trans thing, and one person said, you know, we're, you know, no one's better than anyone else, and I said, I disagree. I am better than Trump.
Yeah.
And when they tried to persist, you know, they tried to sort of persist,
Anyone's
like,
better than Trump.
Yeah.
no, there are a few people, not very many, but there are a few people that are not
There are
quite better than Trump, but that's
I think
saying
you're right, Laura.
something more.
Yeah. I did it like one of those faux motivational things. Like, it's just like, you know, the only person, there was one that said, the only person you have to be better than tomorrow is the person you saw in the mirror today. And I put that in the report. Also, Hitler, be better than Hitler. And it's just like, it's like, no, there's a couple people you have to be better than. Trump would be one. You know, Hitler would be another. It's just like, no, there are literally people you need to be better than.
You know, it's interesting because there's a guy I watch on YouTube, and he makes videos about, you know, war and stuff that happened and all, you know, things like that. You know, it's very educational stuff. And but one of the things he talked about was Hitler and how he did in World War One, and the comments were like, "Wow, I didn't realize like he did that and he was so brave because you only, you know." And the thing is, in World War Two, Hitler was a really brave guy. He was a runner in the trenches, and that had, you know, that was dangerous stuff. He, you know, he got the cross twice, you know, for bravery and stuff. So, but that has no relevance on the fact that, you know, he was a, you know, megalomaniacal, crazy lunatic.
Yeah.
Afterwards,
Hitler
and he was
wasn't
still, and he was a fucking nationalist. Then anyway.
Yeah.
So even brave people can be assholes.
Yeah. Hitler wasn't a coward. He was just a piece of shit.
Yeah. And of course, then we compare Trump, who didn't, you know, had the bone spurs problem, coincidentally.
Yeah.
You know, and he was a coward and a liar and an asshole.
Yes. Yeah, no.
Trump
is the worst. Yeah, Trump is the worst of everything. Yeah. Cow hugging vegan, please refresh my memory, because you're saying things to me 3 cocktails in. So literally stuff I said 30 seconds ago I forgot. The name of the video, you want to rewatch it. Please tell me. No, it's only 9 o'clock, but it's all downhill from here. I'm drinking some more soda. Here, but it is downhill from here. But
Chuckiness is 61 asks, "Am I in the UK?" Yes, I am.
Yes, it's probably your accent gave you away, Laura. I'm just saying.
Yeah, although ironically, I've had people in Britain ask me if I'm Australian.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
I don't know why.
Well, see, that's the thing. Mrs. Angry was born and grew up in England, and moved here 90s. So she's been here like 30 years. But anyone Australian instantly picks English accent on her. But her entire family is like, you have no English accent. You are an Australian. And it's just like, because the rest of her family is still in England. So
I went up to Cairns back in 2005, and people thought I was English.
Oh, okay.
I think it's because North Queensland and Eastern Queensland, we have a big dramatic change in the accent.
That's real different. East coast of Queensland and the far north. That is different. And then once you get to Darwin.
Oh god, that's a change again.
They talk so slowly in Darwin. Like I remember seeing a thing, because I've been there and I know how the people there talk. But seeing something on the news once is like the NT First Minister talking, and it's just, and he talks like Yes, we certainly have some things going on up here. It's like it's too fucking hot there to talk fast, so they all talk really slow.
And then you go down to Victoria and they really up themselves.
Yeah, oh, they are. They fucking are. The fucking Victorians, man.
And then you go
What?
WA, and they just wish they were a part of Australia.
They've got their because Perth is the most isolated capital city in the world in terms of how many kilometers it is from other major centers of population. There is no other capital city in the world that is as isolated as Perth. So they definitely developed their own accent, their own outlook and whatnot, because they are so fucking far away from everyone else.
Oh, it's 12-12.
12-12 for Choking on Ashes. 9-12 for us on the east coast of Australia. Because we're all the same time zone now, Shieldy.
It's 12-12 in the UK.
It's real time in Australia.
Shieldsy gets upset when daylight saving happens because they don't do that in Queensland. They only do real time.
Yeah, but now it's all changed, mate. It's all stuffed me up again.
Yeah.
All the videos were like an hour apart and now like right on top of each other now. It's annoying. Very annoying.
So I had a cocktail yesterday. Well, actually I had two.
Yeah.
I had a couple of pina coladas. So what happened was the UK came out of like a 3-month lockdown a week ago, and I decided yesterday I was going to go and just have a day in Manchester, you know, and it was great. And I decided that, you know, on my way home to the train station, I would nip down to the gay village and. You know, the hospitality sector has really had a tough time of it because obviously nowhere's open. And so I thought, you know what, I'll put, you know, one of the things that I like to do, and, you know, I'm sort of going off a tangent here, but when you've got things like lockdowns and everywhere's shut, the big chain stores, they have so much money that they can absorb a chunk of problems.
Yes, they can.
But the little guy, you know, with a little shop, you know, they don't have those kinds of resources. So those are the people that have struggled the most. Yes. So I've been into shops and, you know, instead of going to a chain place and buying you know, a scented candle for £1, I'll go to one of those little one and buy for £1.50. Because that's, you know, that little bit of profit that they make on it.
Yeah.
That's the difference between them being open this week and not, you know, and not being open next week because they just couldn't absorb.
Absolutely.
So, so I decided, you know what, I haven't had a pina colada for 35 years. Because if you remember, I told you that I've only ever been drunk once, and that was when I was 12. We went on holiday to Spain. My parents bought me a pina colada, and I didn't realize they were alcoholic. I thought they were just a fruity, coconutty drink that was like, you know, oh, that's what they drink in Spain.
Yes.
So I went up and had a couple more, you know, because, you know, you go to the bar and you've got money and, you know, so I just bought something. And, you know, and of course, these are in the days where they still trusted children to buy cigarettes for their mum. So I wouldn't have had another two over the evening, and I remember being rather jolly that evening.
Yes.
But I remember much more vividly the pain of the next morning when my parents opened the window and it was like Gremlins, bright light, bright light. And I had to have a couple of extra hours in bed, not feeling very well. And I just basically said, you know what, this being drunk thing isn't much fun. So I think I won't do that anymore. Yeah. And so I don't. And it's not like I'm a teetotaler or anything. Yeah. It's just that when I start to feel it, that's when I stop, that's when I go to the soft drinks.
Yeah. 9 times out of 10, that's me. Last Friday night, that was not me. I made it. Look, I want to get talking about supporting local business.
I made you pay for it on Saturday night and rewatched it.
Yeah. Look, these are things I collected. Thank you notes from Australian distillers. And this is all down to Kirsten. I've got thank you notes because during lockdown, I was buying stuff direct from distillers to get delivered. Brogan's Way, thanks so much for the support. Hope you enjoy the gin. This one may have actually been written. This might have been written by Kirsten. It's from Starwood. Thank you for supporting Australian business. Can't wait to see what you do with this on the channel, the Starwood team. This one's actually from a comic shop, so not everything I bought during lockdown was booze. All Star Comics thanking me for supporting them. Tiny Bear Distillery saying enjoy the Christmas gins because I got. I think I'm getting an echo from Laura's thing. I'm not sure.
Let me just adjust my volume slightly.
Okay. So, and this one from Bar Americano saying, Andrew, thank you for the support because I bought some stuff from Bar Americano. And this one from Team Marionette, thank you. I'm just collecting thank you notes from distillers. It's great.
Actually, going back.
Wouldn't it be better if they thanked you by like sending you stuff?
Oh, no. A bunch of them threw in extras in the orders. Like I ordered stuff and several of them threw in extra stuff in the orders, which was really nice.
Now going back to Gremlins and all that, I found out today that Germany has a movie world.
All right. Why not?
I never knew they built a second movie world in the world. I thought Australia was the only country that had movie world.
I don't know what movie world is.
Movie World's a theme park that's
theme
up
park.
in Queensland.
Think of Universal, but on the small scale.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But it's not like that anymore. It changed since then.
Yeah. That's the wild thing about being used to like Australia's theme parks, like Movie World on the Gold Coast. There's one out in the western suburbs of Sydney and whatnot.
That's
then
gone.
You go to the US where both their physical population's 10 times larger, but their tourism population is also 10 times larger. So their theme parks are 10 times larger. And it's like, this is incredible. Oh my God, this is amazing.
I've never been down there before. I've never been down there before, but where Disneyland, or was it Disney? I always forget which it was.
Florida, Disneyland's in California. Disney World is in Florida.
Okay, Disney World. Yeah. Apparently in Florida, the signs are really good in that part of the country. Because, the tourists go there and they want to find where the hell they are. Excuse me, I'm a bit raspy today.
That's okay.
But I've flown to Pennsylvania and New York area and things like that, and the signs there are rubbish. I'm into military aircraft, and in 2004, friend and I went down to Virginia to go to Norfolk, which is where the big naval air base is, and the naval base itself, where they got the carriers and stuff. Did the tour, and so we flew in, and we were staying at a hotel overnight because we flew in the evening. And you kind of drive, and there's no signs telling you, how far it is. So you kind of, and the problem is you want to jump back into British mentality. Because with the British signs, you're driving down the road and you have you're on the interstate or whatever, and you got a big, massive sign, and it tells you you're on your way, kind of thing. Yeah, and you got arrows pointing off and things like that. But you don't get that in America. So you're driving and you're thinking, "Have we passed it?" Because we've been driving for quite a while. Did we miss it? And the reason why we're not seeing any signs is because it's behind us now. Do we miss that one sign? I mean, just to give you an idea, To go from the I-80 to the 78, I think it was, going into Pennsylvania and up to New York up to Pennsylvania. You've got on the junction a diamond sign with a little arrow saying, I-80 or whatever. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't get, like a mile before, like in the UK, where it tells you that it's going, and then you get like 300, 200, 100 meters, and then the junction.
Come to Australia, you get warnings up to 500 k's out.
Yeah,
and it's true.
Yeah,
like,
surprising.
You're traveling between cities, and it's like it says it gives you all the different locations. Maybe 20, 30 kilometers. It'll come up with all the destinations, and the destinations. If leaving out Brisbane, heading south, you get Sydney as the first one on the list.
Oh wow!
Then it goes whatever's the mid-range down the coast, and then whatever's the closest. The next destination's always on the bottom.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. It's just like it's hard to know whether you've missed it or not. So you basically stop and you ask someone and say, "Oh yeah, it's like 3 miles down the road." You didn't miss it at all. There just aren't any bloody signs. And it comes down to the fact that most Americans haven't even left their own state, let alone their own country. So they don't need the signs because they already know where they are because no one goes anywhere.
Yeah.
And if they travel, they travel by plane.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. So I was just looking at Toronto Maple Leaf are talking about the friggin' lockdowns in Canada. Third wave lockdown in Ontario. The supermarkets can only sell essential items, food, cleaning, and medication. So you're buying everything. We never had that limitation. You could buy whatever the hell you wanted in the supermarkets. And also, you had a friend who operated a pub, bought 10K worth of beer because thought, we're open now, we'll be fine. But then comes the third lockdown. And I've got over there a spirit that's called Pacific Moonshine, and it's from lockdown. It's from halfway through last year. The Byron Bay Distillery, Brookie, they worked with one of the boutique beer brewers, Stone and Wood, who had a whole bunch of stuff like, oh my God, every pub's closed for 6 months. We've got all this beer which will go off. And at the distillery, they said, okay, we'll distill it into something. And their first idea was hand sanitizer. We'll make hand sanitizer out of it. But they went, no, that's boring. Let's go to town. So they've got this stuff they call Pacific Moonshine because the Stone and Wood beer is very fruity. And so they've made this unaged spirit out of beer. And it's because it's unaged. It's a bit rough. Like if you taste it straight, it's a bit, but it's a really good mixer. Like I made like some tropical tiki style drinks with it. It's a great mixer. But it's not something I'd sit and sip straight because it's a bit sort of, no, we didn't age it, mate. This is fucking moonshine. We're calling it moonshine. We're not mucking about.
That's the thing here in Australia. During the first lockdown we had here in Australia, so many companies reinvented themselves just literally overnight.
Absolutely.
They were adamant they were going to continue on surviving somehow.
Yeah. We lost some big... like clothing retailers and things like that. And the main reason is because they thrived on people going shopping and they didn't have an online presence. Yeah. So when lockdowns happened, they were selling nothing and still had rent to pay. Well, see, here in Australia, what a lot of businesses ended up doing is actually moving onto eBay because it was the easiest way to get selling again. So you walk on eBay, there's so many big major retail brands. It's ridiculous now. I've got another thing to mention about signs and stuff like that. So one of the first times I went to America, my good friend Karen, was picking me up. She's in Maryland. She was driving up to go to this place we go to in Pennsylvania, a place called East Stroudsburg, which is, it's not too far away from where they filmed Witness with the Amish.
Yes,
never
yes.
seen them. I've gone through Amish County as well, but
Okay.
country. Anyway, so my friend doesn't have a very good sense of direction. But eventually she turned up at the hotel I was staying at. So I fly into New York, go to the what was the Econo Lodge in Elizabeth, which is like just, round the corner from the airport. And I then, go into the city for the evening because it's dirt cheap to get there. I mean, it's like $5 to get into New York. And it's like 10 miles away. So, but anyway, so what happens is my friend arrives eventually, and I get in. Hi, how are you doing? Fine. Starts driving, then gets some bits of paper and says, "You're navigating," and hands me some bits of paper. And I had no preparation that this is going to happen. If I'd known, I would have written my own chart.
No.
But what she did was she passed me MapQuest. Now this is about 2000-ish, year 2000, maybe 2001.
Yeah.
Well, one of the problems with MapQuest at that time was that they routed you via their nearest advertiser first.
Oh, yes.
So what it did was it zigzagged us across from Elizabeth and drove us through downtown Newark. Now, downtown Newark is a bit like downtown Fallujah.
Yes.
Not one of the best places to go. And it's like I decided I wasn't going to look out the side of the car anymore because I saw too many people like doing deals with things that might have been white powder or similar substances. And I decided, you know what, I think I should just look straight ahead, because if I look out the side, they might think that I'm dangerous to their business and decide to shoot me.
Yes.
So that was a fun one.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Good old MapQuest. God damn. That's Paleolithic internet there.
Do you know MapQuest is responsible? Well, not quite. Yeah, it is. It's responsible for one of the 9/11 truther claims. And I fell for it initially myself.
Oh, wow.
So the fourth plane, the one that crashed in the ground, because the passengers tried to take over.
Yes.
Angry, you need to read the chat.
There's stuff about bras in the chat. Yeah.
So
sorry, Laura, go on.
Yeah. So what happened was I saw a news article. When a plane crashes in the sky, when it's blown up in the sky, it's like an umbrella. It spreads over a wider area. When it hits the ground, the debris is over a smaller space footprint.
Yes.
So they can establish when a plane broke up in a plane aircraft disaster or whatever, with this kind of mentality. So what happened was I saw something where they'd found debris from that crash 6.5 miles away.
Yeah.
And my head went, oh, that's interesting. And I came up with what could be, I suppose, a conspiracy, but not in the, the government plotted it and all that kind of stuff. Mine one was, okay, 2 planes hit buildings in New York. 1 plane's hit at the Pentagon. There's another rogue plane out there. We know it's project. They're coming in. And I thought that it'd been shot down by an F-16. And when the story came out that, the passengers had tried to retake the plane, they didn't mention that part.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's better for them to go down as fighting than the government saying, we had to shoot it down. We killed those people.
Yeah.
Because that's a bit worse. So it wasn't like a big, massive conspiracy to, it was just they had to make a really tough decision and decided to let the passengers take the blame for it. So that was what I believed at the time.
Yeah.
However, what I discovered is that the debris that had been found 6.5 miles away wasn't found 6.5 miles away. It was about 3/4 of a mile away, and it had landed in a lake that was to the east-northeast.
Right.
And the debris had floated to the other side and had been found by some couple who live out in the country. And a reporter had gone there, and she had to use MapQuest to find her way there between there and the crash site, and it had to go all the way around the lake.
Yes.
So she just calculated how far she'd traveled.
Yes, which was very misleading. Was not untrue, but it was misleading. Yeah.
So and like I say, that's where that whole thing you said years ago about if you see something, it tells you exactly what you want to see. Treat it with caution.
It is the first thing. If something matches your worldview exactly, be a little bit cautious. The second thing is if it triggers a strong emotional reaction, be very cautious.
Yeah.
Because people who want to manipulate you do that shit to you. Sorry, well, we're being serious. Well, you're being serious, Laura. The chat's gone wild. It started with Toronto Maple Leaf saying how they can't buy anything, restricted from you can't buy bras. And Stella went with no bras is the best part of lockdown. And Abigail follows up with no bra is the best part of a date with me. Choking on ashes, I can't go braless. And then Fox is trying to encourage Choking on Ashes to go braless. It's debauchery is what I'm saying. The chat has become debauchery is all. We were being serious, Laura, and the chat just descended.
Oh,
into
the chat
debauchery.
is always so naughty.
The chat descended into smutty chaos.
It is. It's smutty town.
It's gone
smutty
X-rated.
town. I've looked. I virtually need some fucking bra support up here. So let's get real. Let's get real. I might make my Tequila Mockingbird now because I'm just barely cohesive enough to talk.
You look
to
like
camera
you're in the buzz, starting to go into
I'm
buzz mode.
I'm pretty buzzed, but I'm just coherent enough to talk to.
You're not happy mode. You're buzz mode.
Yeah. So I think and Salumi's doing debauchery in her own smutty chat, but that's okay. Yes, see, Kirsten, I took the angels out of the chat. The angels are on cam, and so it's just the devils in the chat. That's what's going on.
Naughty. Yous are naughty.
Yeah, no, there's a button. Oh, now they're into shibari and lingerie in the chat. So it's just like, oh dear. No, I don't, Stella. I don't expect anyone to behave. I definitely encourage misbehavior. Nobody, you've stumbled in, buddy, just in peak misbehavior in the chat. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it.
Somebody's here.
Yeah. So I am going to. I've got the right things here to make a Tequila Mockingbird, and I think I'll just set a couple of things up, and that's a great quote, Stella. I aim to misbehave from the Serenity show, movie, whichever. I always mix them up. Which one was called? The movie was called Serenity, and the show was called the other thing.
Sorry, I'm laughing. I'm laughing. Is Invisible Chicken?
Yeah, wanted to be the angel on camera, but the internet was playing up on a. So, all right. So I am going to set a couple things up, and I'm going to make a
Everyone, get ready for nose cam.
Yeah, nose cam, straight up the nostrils. Straight up the nostrils.
Gotta love that big hair.
Yeah. Yeah, it's most of a year of not getting a haircut. It's just like. So when I went back to the guy who cuts my hair, he says, "No, long hair, great, let's do it. I'll just I'll just trim it so it's healthy. But yeah, let's grow it long." So apparently, I'm going to keep growing my hair this year. So there we go.
When I saw Braless in the chat, it reminded me of a song by my favorite singer, Sophie B. Hawkins. And one of the lines is, I don't want to wear no bra, and I don't want to wear those shoes. And the title of the song, which can be found on YouTube, is Big Beautiful Bottom in My Face.
Nice.
It's a funny little song.
I like that one. All right, so you all can manage. Laura and Shieldsy, you're in charge. I'm going to switch the microphone.
Yeah, we can talk how ugly he is now.
Things went wrong when things were
I like when he turns off our audio and he still can hear us. Now he can't hear us.
We can't do because he's making a video.
Now let's go to the devil's side. Oh, look at that. He thinks he's so good. Slick the head back. There we go.
His channel must be really active based upon how drunk he is most weeks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, when you're surviving on diet stuff, yeah, you wouldn't be surprised he gets drunk.
Oh gosh, talking about diet. Oh. I am going back on my diet that I had before because over lockdown I put on loads of weight. I've got let's have a look.
Oh, no, boy. I hate to be his liver. That's a good one. That's a good one.
So I put on 22 kilos over lockdown, over the last year, thanks to COVID. That's how much weight I put on, 22 kilos. So that kind of upset me. So I'm going to start, cutting out my food again and eating some other choices.
I'll find some way to visit. Oh, God.
Okay,
Oh,
you know what would be fun to do? And he wouldn't know we're doing it. And that would be
getting naughty now.
He's speaking, but we don't know what he's saying. But we could always infer. So I bought this alcohol, and it's really good. I'm going to pour it in here now. And, I'm going to make it sound like I know what I'm doing, but really, I'm not entirely sure.
And I'm a total
he's now looking at the
tool,
screen. I'm wondering if maybe he can hear us after all.
Nah, he can't hear us. Now I gotta pour a ton of this crap down into the gob and make some good moonshine. Oh, you gotta love drunk Harry Potter.
This is great stuff because it can make you drunk really, really fast. You've probably seen my hangout videos and, these live streams, and I often end up quite drunk. So it's good for that. So this is what I give the kids. I let my kids drink out of this bottle. It's really, really strong, but it does look like some. That doesn't look like some alcohol that's not. That looks like something you give kids to drink on a day.
This is my moonshine. I'm gonna pour some of this crap into this measuring crap thing and make some crap.
This is distilled urine. That's why it's It's cloudy.
Did he just look like he gave us a death stare?
Oh dear. And you know what? It looks like a baby bottle, doesn't it? So this is the stuff I gave my babies when they were kids, and if we went for a long drive, that would keep them quiet and happy.
Oh, I just can't do that. Now it's time to break some glass. What are we saying in the chat?
Do you know what I find interesting about Angry Aussie? If you listen to him talking to the camera like he was before we joined, he talks so much slower than he does when he's got a script, you know. This is the only exercise I'll be getting this week.
Taking bets. Will he smash the glass?
It came out eventually.
Ah, damn.
This isn't a big glass. I've just got small hands, like Trump.
Some days I don't understand why he doesn't put that in blend and turn it into a slushy. Oh, sorry. Oh god, now we're into orgies. Oh my lord. This chat is being naughty. Slushy that gets you drunk. I like that. And the funny thing about it, there's businesses who do have alcohol slushies.
Mm.
Actually, biggest culprit is Disney World.
You know, looking at the color of that stuff, it does look like Eskimo pea.
Oh!
Well, it's blue. I'm guessing that's what Eskimo pea looks like because it's cold up there.
You clearly hadn't seen an after party. Oh god, here we go. Angry never stays around for the after parties.
No, he just goes. In fact, when he,
it's like instant gunk.
you know, and do you know something? For those people who've never actually taken part in one of these chats, when Angry, you know, you will see us chatting away, and when Angry says, "Right, I'm going to bed now. I'm signing off," he signs off, and then he signs off, just leaves. There's no 5 minutes of chit chat with his buddies off air.
He's a superstar. Bye bye. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. When he finishes a live stream, he is gone. He's quicker than a nun's first curry. Red Dwarf joke there.
He runs like he's got the runs. Oh, that was so fake, that smile. So fake. He's like, oh, bloody dumb. Oh, that's the only time he'll stay is when he's
Okay,
drunk.
now we're going to tell him the truth. Actually, I'm going to wait.
Yeah, he's very snobby, a guy. Doesn't care about us.
Are you
I
back with
don't.
it?
I really don't. Sorry.
We were taking the piss out of you while you were doing that.
That's your job. While I've got the microphone off.
We
take
were.
the piss out of me.
One of the
Oh,
things
and the
one of
chat
the
was
things
being
you were
really
pouring out of
smutty.
looked like one of the things you was pouring out of looked like it was just like something you just put in some container, and it looked like something that kids drink out of when you're on, like, when you go out or something.
It's so green. I don't know if my webcam is doing stupid things with green again, but it's spectacularly green.
It's like a turquoisey green, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
When
great.
when you were pouring it out, because we're mimicking you, it's like, so when you were pouring out what looked like a kid's drinking bottle, it's like, this is what I give the kids when we go on a long drive. It keeps them happy. Exactly that, yeah. So it's like, drunk kids, they don't cry as much about stuff, and it keeps them happy. Alcohol does that.
This is just lime juice. That would make kids very unhappy. If you want to keep the kids quiet, you want to sneak some of this into their drink. Sneak some tequila in there. So it's like,
Now, angry. Every time I seen you drink anything colourful, you've got really pissed on it.
Look, party drinks, man. Green drinks or blue drinks, they're party drinks, man.
When you poured it out, and held it up to the camera for the first time, I said, I call this stuff Eskimo pee because I'm guessing that's what Eskimo pee looks like because it's cold up there.
That's fair. But it's very green. It's like 60 mils of tequila and only 15 mils of creme de menthe. But the green color is so strong in the creme de menthe that you end up with this really green drink. Actually, because what I'll do tomorrow, because I make the cocktail again, I shoot close-ups of the ingredients going into a glass and slow move them so it looks all sexy and stuff. But then I end up with another cocktail, and it's usually the middle of the day. And believe it or not, I usually don't want to drink cocktails in the middle of the day. So I milk clarify it, just for fun. I'm really interested in what color this is going to go when I clarify it. So tomorrow night, I'll show it off tomorrow night, probably. I'll probably do another live stream tomorrow night, and I'll show it off then.
That pina colada had, the two pina coladas, because they put too much ice, and so it was like, only a third of juice, and, which I was a bit disappointed in. But it wasn't actually as nice as I expected. I could have sworn the one I had years ago was better. And I think what it is, it tasted just right. But then again, it's been a long time since I've tasted it, 35 years between, attempts. But it wasn't as fluffy as I expected.
Right.
I don't think they used coconut milk or not coconut
cream
milk,
of coconut. Cream of coconut is what you usually use. So if you're making a full-on pina colada, it'll be rum with pineapple juice and lime juice and cream of coconut makes a very fluffy drink. And sometimes people make it with cream as well. So if they don't do it the whole way, then maybe you're right. Maybe
my memory is of it is supposed to be like a sort of more fluid smoothie. To it.
That's fair. I mean, I was thinking of following again one of the other guys who runs a cocktail channel on YouTube. He came up with the idea of it's like a pina colada old fashioned, because there's pineapple rum and there's coconut rum. So it's like, don't put all the creamy stuff in it, but use pineapple rum and coconut rum and whatnot. And almost like a grown-up pina colada. I want to try that as well. Nobody's worried about me with the empty calories in with the weight loss. Dude, doing the fucking meal replacements, man. I'm consuming like 90% less calories than I used to. Also, less volume because I don't poop as often, which is really off-putting. That's the thing. Whenever we do stuff, Mrs. Angry always like joins like Facebook groups and stuff to feel like to find out what people are saying, and I don't really give a shit about other people, so I don't do that. But she said there's a consistent thing using this OptiFast stuff. It makes you fart heaps. Like it's really full on. The people on the Facebook group refer to it as the OptiFarts. It does. So what I've found, and it's weird because my body's being weird. I'm like pooping less and farting more. It's very weird. And yes, I'm aware that the chat has been very smutty while I've been away. I'm sort of scrolling through it. And
it's hand sanitizer. God.
Oh,
They
God.
got so naughty, bloody in that chat.
He's worried. Fox is worried you're getting your lube and your tissues ready. That's bad. That's not good. That's not good. Lewd chat is lewd. Oh yeah, no. We're incorrigible, definitely. So we're doing a party bus for an orgy out to the middle of nowhere with Stella. So that's all good.
Who's going to be the responsible driver?
Not me. No, we'll hire someone. There'll be a bus with an driver. I joke on Ashes. You don't need to apologize and say something about being vanilla. It's just like, you know, we are the rainbow. We are the spectrum. We encompass everyone, and we don't judge anyone, no matter where they are on the spectrum. So because we're all on the spectrum somewhere, in more senses than one, quite honestly. So. Oh, nice. Kirsten, you've been doing the clear ice. For those who don't know, I'm going to make a clear. I think I might do a whiskey and soda on clear ice next. I posted my video on making clear ice to the Steve the Bartender Facebook group. Steve the Bartender is one of the very big cocktail channels globally on YouTube. He's definitely the biggest in Australia. He's probably top 5 globally, and he has a very active YouTube group. And I posted my thing about here's the easy way to make clear ice. You get your insulated double-walled coffee cup. This is a fucking huge one that I got from Typo. And so it's insulated. You just put water in it. And because it's insulated, you get what's called directional freezing. The reason ice cubes have those bubbles and impurities in them is when you put an ice cube tray in the freezer, it freezes from all directions at once and just squeezes the air bubbles in. But if you can do something that encourages directional freezing, and all you need is a double wall insulated reusable coffee cup, put water in that, it freezes from the top down and it pushes all the impurities down. So all the air bubbles and whatever get pushed into the last bit that freezes, and all you do is cut that off, and you get this magic clear ice. I posted that to the Steve the Bartender Facebook group, and people loved it. They're going, I don't believe I never fucking thought of that. That's so easy. Oh my God. And that takes up no room in the freezer. That's fucking awesome. So, okay, Kirsten, sorry, the chat. Kirsten saying she's not much for orgies. She's just going to provide snacks, chats, and encouragement on the bus, which is awesome. Choking on Ashes, the Nullarbor Plain is this massive fucking desert that's in the middle of Australia. Basically, if you start in Sydney, you go dum-dum-dum-dum, I'm driving on the highway, about 600 kilometres out, you get to Dubbo, which is where I was born and grew up. Dum-dum-dum, you go west of Dubbo, and suddenly it gets really fucking sparse and you're in a desert. And that desert lasts for about 2,000 kilometers. And after 2,000 kilometers of desert, you finally reach Perth. So there's this whole bit in the Nullarbor Plain in the middle of Australia is just fucking desert. Megaleech, hello.
You should try and travel between Rockhampton and Mackay. It's only 400 k's, but it feels like an eternity of driving because it's just the desert.
That's heading north, yeah?
That's heading north.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Nice. Nobody in the orgy wants to be the waiter who offers the cracked pepper. He's just going to lean over these sweaty bodies with a pepper grinder going, pepper, do you know? Or parmesan. Come over with parmesan. Come over with parmesan and a grate again. Would you like cheese?
Or nutmeg. Nutmeg.
Yes. Say when. Say when. Yeah, there you go.
That thing
Would you
about
like
the
some
desert-
whipped cream with that?
The thing you were saying about the desert, is that what Midnight Oil described as the Western Desert lives and breathes, or whatever it was?
Yeah.
I think it was the line.
Yeah, the dead heart. The Western Desert lives and breathes in 45 degrees.
Yeah.
Basically,
Love that
about
song.
90% of Australia is fucking desert. It's just like we're all clustered around the coast, and everything inland is
it's like
desert.
this much is the east coast is green, and about this much is desert.
Yeah. So Kirsten's done the drive in the nothingness of northern Western Australia. I'd love to drive up there because the coast of northern Western Australia, you get all this wild shit.
That's
yes.
all right. I've had my parents drive from Brisbane to Paradoon, WA, and back again. 10,000 kilometers round trip.
Holy crap! That is fucking.
And they did that in 2 weeks in Toyota Corolla.
Abigail saying Cuba Pedy is the lesbian capital of the outback, apparently. Okay, for those who don't know, Cuba Pedy is in the middle of nowhere. It's opal mining, and opal mining is weird as fuck because it's in the desert, and people who stay there for a long time, they literally dig subterranean homes because it's way too hot. It's like 50 Celsius up on the surface. And so they literally dig tunnels and caves and build subterranean homes that are a really nice temperature just because of...
Oh, they don't just build them for the homes. First, they mine out all the opal
it
first,
starts off as
and
an
then
opal
they turn
mine.
it into the home.
But I remember when I were a young lad, this a lady who may have been 30, I was like 20, she may have been 30, she may have been 40. She used me for her pleasure, and I was 20. You know, when you're 20, you just fucking go.
You got taken by a cougar.
Yeah, I did, man. When you're 20, you just fucking go. If someone wants you, you just but she spent time in Cuba Pedy, and she was saying, whoa, it's just like, yeah, it is wild there. And what's the joke? Is like, if you're a bloke and you got your front teeth, they think you're a poofter. And it's because everyone's had their teeth knocked out in fights in the bars. It's just like, oh.
I can't remember where it was now, but I was watching Neighbours, and they said they were from, like, I can't remember where it was. That was like Frankston or something like that. And I looked at where it was like, and it's like everything's brown there. It's like reddy brown. It was like a mining town area or something, maybe.
No, the mining town
Frankston, it was somewhere else.
Broken Hill. Frankston is actually a suburb of Melbourne that's yonder from me. Frankston is the weirdest suburb in the world because it's waterfront. Melbourne's built on a bay, right? Sydney's on a harbour and the ocean, but Melbourne's built on a bay. Like, you have really good surf beaches in the eastern suburbs of Sydney, very close to the centre of the city. To get a surf beach in Melbourne, you have to travel for more than an hour. You have to go past fucking Geelong because we're on a bay.
Brisbane.
Brisbane's a coastal
We're on
city.
a river. We're actually on
Yeah,
a river.
but a river
But
that
we
goes.
have to go an hour north or hour south to go
Yeah.
surfing too.
Yeah. But Brisbane's a coastal city. Melbourne's a coastal city. Melbourne's on a really large bay. And Frankston is waterfront. Frankston is on the bay. So all the houses, because waterfront is expensive, right? So all the houses that are on the bay are really expensive, but you only have to go like a couple blocks away from the water and you are in seriously fucking feral suburban territory. Like,
Oh, that sounds like Bondi.
yeah. But Frankston goes from being really expensive waterfront property to seriously fucking feral suburban shit. Frankston is the weirdest suburb in the fucking world. It's so strange.
I can't remember where the place is. I just, it's just like, oh, there's these places in Australia, and I don't know where any of them are because, it's the other side of the world for me, near enough. And it's sort of like, just doing a bit of dialogue. They said they were from somewhere else, and it was just like it was like a city, but everywhere around it was like, it looked like Mars. It was like red brown rock.
That would be like Burke or Broken Hill or Coober Pedy or Mount Isa or some the mining places. They look like fucking Mars. They absolutely look like Mars. Oh, Abigail's saying Frankston at one point had the highest number of pubs per capita of anywhere in the world. So that was pretty good.
Is that because there was nothing else to do?
Maybe. No, nothing. Yeah, no, they're all drunk. So nobody's saying, while we're talking about orgies, he's an expert in not getting laid, even though he's at an orgy. So
That almost sounds like the start of a joke. An incel goes to an orgy, but then again, your party bus does sound a bit like that. I mean, I don't know how. I'm going to guess how many people. 40 people go on a party bus trip, and that's just the start of a joke.
Yeah. No, I actually, and I note that we all failed to win Lotto last night. By the way, did anyone actually buy a ticket?
Someone won 40 million and didn't believe that they won it.
I'm just like, it was 80 million last night or something. So,
and someone won 40 of that 80 million.
Ugh.
And they tried to ring him, and he said, "Nah, this is a scam call."
Yeah. So there must have been two winners. If someone got 40 million, there must have been two winners. I noticed it was none of us. Did anyone buy a ticket? That was where we fell down, not buying a ticket.
If I won it, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's a fair call.
I would go really quiet.
That is an absolutely fair call.
Yeah, it's amazing how much. Gosh, it just occurred to me. My mum disowned me because I'm trans. I mean, but that's a short version. Imagine if I won like on the Euro lottery or something like that. It's amazing how many family suddenly become quite close to you when you've got lots of money.
Oh yeah, no, I'd be super fucking quiet if I won something like that. Okay, so Lumi thinks it's funny we're all talking orgies because in the separate world, they're discussing pegging. So there you go. Okay, fun fact: the term pegging was invented by American sort of sex therapist. He's not a therapist; he's an advice columnist. Dan Savage. Gay dude. Yeah, he actually popularized two things because he hated the conservative Republican Rick Santorum, who was demonizing gay people, and he said, "So I want Santorum to be something that he won't like." And they had a couple of options, and what everyone ended up deciding on was Santorum should be the frothy mix of lube and fecal matter that is the sometimes unavoidable byproduct of anal sex. And that worked. Like if you searched Santorum on Twitter, that was the on Google, I mean, that was the first thing that came up. So he absolutely buried this obnoxious evangelical Republican. But the second thing is there should be a term for women wearing strap-ons and fucking dudes up the butt. And what should that be? And they had a few options, and one of the options was pegging. And that everyone just calls it pegging now. But both of those terms come from Dan Savage and his Savage Love column. So there you go. Abigail says we should have a lotto pool called the Angry Pool. Maybe we'll do it one time. So we lost, but next time it gets to 80 million. We missed that 80 million. So I'm just looking up the news things. What's no, God, it's worth a measly 5 million next week. So we got to wait till the next time it's 80 million. So yeah. So
okay, I got something to screen share if you can allow me to.
Yes, do it.
So we've got the London mayoral thing going on.
Oh, the mayoral election's going on. Is Sadiq Khan running again?
Yeah. However, one of the guys that's going is a guy called John Binface.
Yes, I know him. Yes.
Yeah, and he used to be Lord Buckethead, but one of his things was like, get rid of the royals, and so he's relinquished his lordness. So he just out now. But some of the stuff that he comes out with is funny because, he was absolutely right about Brexit when he said it's going to be a shit show during the hustings, the campaigning stuff. But there's a few of his manifesto pledges. Yeah. And one of them is... number 11 is all government ministers pay, including the mayors, to be tied to that of nurses.
Nice.
Which I thought was great because, of course, the government ministers said, yeah, we're going to give you like 1%, despite them having to, basically carried the nation through COVID. Yes. Their hard work and, every day turning up, because you can't really have a day off when people are dying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
And not only that, of course, if they weren't carrying the nation, they were getting COVID because they were in close proximity.
Yes.
This is the reason, so being trans is a big enough pain in the backside, but unfortunately COVID came along and shut all the clinics. Now, I'm not bitter about that in any way. It's just an annoying nuisance. It's like the fridge breaking down the week before Christmas. It's nobody's fault. You just have to deal with it,
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they had to resource the staff to take over from people that had been sick with COVID or directly treating patients with it. Because they're all trained professionals at the end of the day. They just were doing a different service within the NHS. Yeah. So, but anyway, so number 9, speakerphones on public transport to be banned. Offenders forced to watch. Oh, I didn't catch the other bit. At Trafalgar Square, Sir David Attenborough to be placed on the 4th plinth, or a statue of him, either is fine.
Nice.
Piers Corbyn, who's one of these anti-vaxxer conspiracy morons, although I think Piers Morgan could work as well. But anyway, Piers Corbyn to be banished to the Phantom Zone. And then number 16, on one day every year, escalators on the underground, the subway system, to be reversed, encourages travellers to go up the down escalators and down the up ones as a free gym and gladiator simulator all in one.
Nice. I've always loved the loony fringe on English politics. Like, you have the general elections and all these serious people on stage having votes counted, and then there's someone there who's from the raving loony monster party, and it's just...
I mean, let's see if I can find it. Oh.
That's no difference to pulling Hanson pants down.
Oh, I'd vote for Pauline Pants Down a long time before Pauline Hanson. But, I still think it's hilarious. It's the weird laws in Australia. Pauline Hanson got that song banned that was a cut up of her various interview things. The song was called Backdoor Man. It was just actual bits from Pauline Hanson interviews cut off saying, I'm a backdoor man. So it's like, just, it was, and Pauline Hanson got it fucking banned, which was wild.
Here we go. There's the screen share for you. So this was Theresa. This was the last election when Theresa May. Yeah, so you've got Theresa May with the guy with the bucket on his head.
Yeah,
Lord
I love
Buckethead.
that.
I mean, you just have to love that silly mirthness of British politics.
And I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah. I mean, he got 63 votes when he went against.
But he gets to stand on the stage.
Yeah, because he's a proper candidate.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to pay some money. I think it's like £1,000 or something.
Yeah.
And you got to get like a couple of people to nominate you.
Yeah.
And that's it. And you can campaign and, all that kind of stuff. In the last, because we had a snap election.
Yeah.
And he went for Ruslip with Boris Johnson. So, that was Count Binface with Boris Johnson. So he follows ministers around, prime ministers around, or would-be prime ministers around. But, yeah, it's great. My favorite election thing was, when you get a bit like what happened with America, I demand a recount because it didn't go the way I wanted type stuff.
Yes.
There was one guy who demanded a recount because he got 0 votes and he knew he'd voted for himself.
Yes. So he knew that was wrong. Yes.
Yeah. But it's like, come on, you really want to recount just because they didn't find the 1 vote for you? It's not like it was tied by 50 votes.
Yeah.
And you were like the runner-up. And, it was 1 vote.
I have heard of cases that actually happen where it's like someone like that who said, no, I got more than 1 vote.
Clive Palmer did that.
Hmm.
Well, you see, that's the thing about it, because in the UK, they had to have a couple of people nominate them. So they couldn't, this guy couldn't even get his family to vote for him. Presumably they live in the same area.
Yes, he said, no,
his best mate in the area.
My family didn't vote for me, but by God, I voted for me. So I got 1 vote.
But if you can't even get your mates to vote for you, you got to be really
seriously. Okay, the way Senate voting works in Australia, the initial thing is you have to get, if you get a certain number of primary votes, as in people putting 1 next to your name, you get a Senate seat. And after you've got a Senate seat, all other votes for you sort of cascade. If you're in a party, they cascade down to other people in your party. And if you're not, there's preference deals and they go to other people and whatnot. What happened in the West Australian election when the last person got a Senate seat, apparently they had like 6 votes for them, but just the way preferences distributed, they ended up getting a Senate seat. But then it turns out this guy's actually living in America, which means he might not be eligible to actually sit because he doesn't want to come back to Australia. So he might have to give up the seat. If he gave up the seat, the person who would end up getting the last Senate seat got literally no votes. Nobody put a 1 next to their name on the Senate ballots. It's just the way preferences cascaded out. this person could end up with a seat in a Senate with literally no one saying, yeah, I want that to be my person in the Senate.
That's really dubious to me. That just sounds wrong.
Oh, it's fucked. It's fucked up.
Maybe I should go for Senate.
Seriously, I have considered it. I have considered going for, and I just go to you guys. Come on, seriously, if about 20 of you vote for me in the Senate, I would absolutely get in because
I'll just do what Clive Palmer is: get in the back row and fall asleep.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Wake me when it's voting time.
Yeah.
Speaking about politics, it appears that history is repeating itself in British politics. One of the things that's going on is allegations of sleaze. And sleaze brought down the John Major government and ended up with Tony Blair.
Yes.
Now, the thing about it is Tony Blair has got a tough one because obviously he was okay with Iraq war and stuff, and that was incredibly unpopular. Yeah. So everybody thinks he's awful because of that. But with the exception of that, I think he was actually a pretty good prime minister.
What I thought was interesting, Tony Abbott. So what did I say? Jesus. How many cocktails?
Tony Blair.
Tony Blair.
He's gone down the hill now.
I know, it's bad. It's bad. Tony Blair appeared to be the ultimate pragmatist. Like when he came to power, Bill Clinton was US president, and he actively liked Bill Clinton and had a great relationship with Bill Clinton. And then Clinton dipped out and Bush won. And Blair, being an ultimate pragmatist, just went, I need to have a good relationship with the US president. It doesn't matter what I think about George Bush and his relationship and his policies. I need to have a good relationship with him. And so and a lot of people don't like that pragmatism that Blair had, that he said, like, yeah, I was actually simpatico with Bill Clinton, and I liked him and I supported him. Bush, I don't like and I don't support, but he's US president, so I have to be pals with him. So,
yeah.
But Blair was a neoliberal, same as fucking Bob Hawke and Paul Keating in Australia. And they introduced all these neoliberal policies, which I am not a fan of. So
the thing is that Blair was centre-left. That party was centre-left. So one of the problems you got in British politics is that the Conservatives are fuck everyone else, money's what matters.
Yeah.
That's effectively the Conservative way.
Yeah, they're not great.
Lower taxes and screw everybody else.
Yes.
We're going to pander to the rich people and the rich donors, and things like that. And that's what's coming through now, because when COVID started appearing, there were ventilator supply shortages. And it's like, okay, this guy that donated a lot of money to us, Dyson, the guy behind the Hoovers, or the vacuum cleaners, he just sort of, phoned up and things went his way, kind of stuff. So there's a lot of cronyism that's gone on. Isn't it interesting that Boris Johnson's ex-girlfriend managed to, despite having no qualifications in this stuff, happened to get loads of, stuff for doing contact tracing or PPE or whatever it was. It's stuff like that. So that's that's the sort of history repeating itself with the sleaze and dirty dealing and things like that. Now, Labour, their history, certainly through the 70s. So, although they did well with the sort of working class parts of the country, from like the end of the 19th century kind of time,
Yes.
with sort of the slums and workhouses and all that kind of stuff. The sort
Yes.
of end of the Victorian period. But they've always had this kind of militant left. Things aren't going round right. Well, we'll strike then, because all the way through the 70s there were just strikes, and the British economy was screwed. I grew up due to a miners' strike, and there was it was called the Winter of Discontent. Because there were it was actually longer than the winter, but it went on for years, on and off. And they had rolling blackouts because they couldn't generate enough energy. They weren't digging coal out of the ground. So, when you got two young people with nothing to do because there's no TV and, there's no electricity, they end up getting in bed and getting jiggy with it, and that's how I came on.
That sounds like Queensland in the late 70s, early 80s. We went through that.
Yeah. So, like I say, they've had a militant leftish kind of thing going on. And that's what happened with Corbyn. That's the history of them. But the problem is that doesn't appeal to the middle class, in many places, and also doesn't appeal to the richer people at all.
True.
Because they want to put taxes on to pay for the for the social housing and all those sorts of things.
Yep. I just really quickly just want to say good night to nobody. He says he's fading. He's going to say farewell to us all. So that's good night.
Good night, nobody.
Oh, and also, Kirsten, husband has to stay home till he gets a negative test. Has he been to Western Australia or what? Or was he on the flight? We're all worried in Melbourne about the person flying from Western Australia who was COVID positive, and there were like 200.
One case of corona, shut the borders. Sorry,
200 odd people on the flight with him. So it's just like, oh, God damn it. We don't know how many of those 200 people have just been swanning around Melbourne over the last couple of days.
That international travel bubble is shrinking really fast at the moment.
Oh, it's questionable. Oof. Honestly. Look, sorry, I'm just going to share with my sexy clear ice in here.
Nah, you don't have ice in that. It's fake.
I know. Is it a whiskey and soda? I got my Starwood Fortis whiskey and some Cappy soda. So I'm 50. See, Shieldsy, the good angels and the bad angels are 50-50 because this is 50% whiskey, but 50% soda water. So it's it
should have been 75-25.
I've got a little bit more soda. I can top it up with a bit more soda. Oh, Kirsten, husband was in WA. You went to Melbourne. He's been isolated. I have not yet had a COVID test. On one level, maybe I should have, because Mrs. Angry got a cold, and because she works with health, she had to have a COVID test, and it came back negative. So it's like, I got a mild version of your cold. I'm not getting a COVID test because I know it was just your cold. But then young Ms. Angry, my daughter, she got cold symptoms. So she goes, oh, I guess I should get tested. So I drove her to the testing thing and her test came back negative. So I'm like, I am completely fine with never having get a COVID test because all the other people tested negative. So I'm clearly negative as well.
I heard that Australia was sucking pretty badly when it came to the rollout of vaccination.
The federal government has absolutely, completely fucked up the vaccine rollout. And now Scotty from marketing has been begging the state premiers to fix his fuck-ups. And as a result, because they're setting up these bulk vaccine centers and expanding it, in a couple of weeks, I think I'll be eligible to get the vaccine. So I am going to fucking get it. And I'm going to get my first jab in a couple of weeks, I think. So
I'll be getting my second in just over a week.
yeah, so I'll get my first probably in a couple weeks. But yeah, no, the federal government has absolutely 100% fucked up the vaccine rollout. So we're just trying to fix it up now. So
We've had a kind of mixed bag when it came to the response. So first of all, they tried going for herd immunity, and then they were told, "Yeah, you realize that like tens of thousands of people will die doing that." Okay. And of course, one of the things that they have to remember is the people that are most likely to die from it are older people, and older people tend to vote Conservative.
yes, they're going to lose all their voters.
Yeah. So, and this is one of the things I think in America, that people who are older were more likely to vote Republican, which is the reason why Trump lost. Because his inept, administration.
Seriously, COVID is the only reason Trump lost. If COVID hadn't happened, he would have steamrolled fucking Biden. He would have. But Trump fucked up the COVID response so badly, it just made people go, "Oh wait, no, he's actually fucked." Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Trump.
Now in the
It's
UK,
still real.
In the UK, we've had a sort of good and bad, but generally on the good side. The government was extra cautious, so before any vaccines came along from any of the companies that were developing them, we bought 50 million, 200 million doses from them.
Yeah.
Just on the off chance whichever one ends up winning the race, then we're the first in. Europe did a shit thing. They waited until they found out which one won, which one came first, and that's when they started ordering. And then they were bitching and complaining, literally threatening the UK that they were going to take action, stuff like that, because we weren't just like giving them, extra stuff, because the AstraZeneca one and in Oxford, and that was the first one to come out proper. But on the negative, so on the positive side, they'd already ordered loads of doses so that, whichever one came first, they'd be at the front of the queue because they were the first ones to buy it. First ordered, first served kind of thing, If you're the last one off the plane, flying into a different country, you're the one that's at the back of the queue waiting to go through immigration. So this is why it pays to land and run. I would do this. I would sit at the back of the plane because you get a better view and you can see how far it is to fall. But when the plane was open, I was trying to get to the front of that queue. But anyway, irrelevant. On the negative side, the track and trace thing was abysmal.
Yes,
they gave, they paid people, companies to do this track and trace, and some of them had no clue what to do. They had to develop software that didn't work, and so there were like thousands of staff that were being paid lots of money to do this track and trace stuff who sat around twiddling their thumbs for months because the system didn't work. And then also PPE. They gave they gave contracts to people who had no experience of PPE at all. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, it was a combination of congratulations and clusterfuck.
Yeah, there seem to be a few things that fucked up really badly in the UK. The vaccine rollout seems comparatively good, whereas in Australia, the management of the spread of the virus was exceptional, and that was down to the state premiers, not the federal government. And then the federal government took control of the vaccine rollout and fucked it completely. Whereas the vaccine rollout in the UK seems much better than Australia. But yeah.
The only positive side I can put with what's happened with COVID, at least more Australian students have gotten to university this year.
Because all the foreign students are there. Yeah. Yeah. That's real. The foreign students just disappeared. Oh, and in the chat, Clapping for Chlamydia has joined and said, hello, my pretties. Hello, Clapping for Chlamydia. There are a bunch of usernames I like that people have in the chat. Clapping for Chlamydia is right up there. So, yeah.
Taste Interest repeatedly failed to hit goals despite £22 billion cost.
Yeah.
40%. 40%.
The crony bullshit in the UK has been wild. The number of stories I've seen with this crony bullshit happening. Friends of the Tories getting uncontested contracts that they then fail to deliver on is absolutely amazing. But so we'll see. I'm going. I'm probably getting my injection in a couple of weeks. I'll come on the live stream and say how I'm feeling after. Doing my sleep test on Monday night. That's completely unrelated to COVID. But if I can, I have no idea where they're going to put me in the hospital. It's a private hospital. They might put me in a private room, or it might be with other people. If it's a private room where I'm not going to disturb anything, I'm just going to set up my phone and do a stream from my phone. And maybe even leave it on when I fall asleep. So there'll be this weird.
I keep saying we could do a sleep test right now. Go to a private room, put the live stream on, record it for the 8 hours.
I don't have all the sensors stuck on my head.
They need sensors.
They're going to stick all the sensors on my head. And but if I'm in a private room, I'm going to try and do it. And if it works, I'll put this weird fucking video up of me just sleeping until it times out. So Abigail,
here's an example. Here's a perfect example. I just found it. Medical regulator is investigating Alex Bourne, Health Secretary Man Cancork's ex-neighbour, who won a £30 million contract producing medical vials despite having no experience in the field.
It's ridiculous, this crony shit. Like with it, if you do a bit of research into the US and the Gulf War and the people who got billion-dollar contracts to supply shit they had no experience with supplying.
You see, that's an interesting one, because one of the things that the 9/11 truthers will say, follow the money, and it's like, look, okay, because that's proof that it was all a massive big conspiracy to go into Iraq to take their oil, and it's like, okay, couple of problems here. Number one, just because people in power managed to get their mates big contracts, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was a part of some big plot. It just means that they used a national emergency and their positions to be able to maneuver the system in favor of their friends who, are either just friends or give them some money on the sly or just happen to help fund their election. But also, the negative one is that most of the contracts for Iraq's oil that were done by Iraq were to the French and the Chinese. And of course, the French sided against the war.
Yeah. But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So it's the fact that the people in power go, oh, we have a crisis now and we can channel this so we and our friends profit, doesn't mean there was a preconceived conspiracy to fake the crisis. It's just when a crisis happens, they know exactly how to profit from it. They've just got a fucking huge track record for it. Stella reckons I'm going to get a private room with blackout windows for my sleep test, which would be cool, because if that happens, I'm absolutely just like setting up my iPhone on a little tripod and putting a creepy video of me sleeping on YouTube. And I know that's a fetish for a bunch of people. I'm going to get a bunch of weird people who want to watch me sleeping. There are weird fucking people out there. It's like a friend of mine. She found out. She just did just a really bog standard video. And she happened to sneeze at a certain point in the video, and she left it in because she thought it was funny. And then at one point in the comments, she saw someone put a timestamp that was the exact moment. She's like a cute blonde, and it was the exact moment when she sneezed. And then there were these replies to the comment like, no, you don't want her to know, and all this sort of stuff. And she realized there's a certain subset of creepers on YouTube who, for some weird fucking reason, get off on videos of women sneezing. So it's like, cool.
Rule 34.
Real thing. Oh, Stella says technicians will be watching me on camera while I sleep. Yes, they will, and they'll probably want to know why I'm talking, because I'll have a fucking iPhone there, and I'll be talking to it. Kirsten says she saw online there's a Booze Bud special for Archie Rose Gin for less than staff price. If you're new to Booze Bud, you can get it for $20 off. Fucking hell, Archie Rose Gin is really fucking good. I've got some over there. If I Kirsten, is that the distiller's strength gin or the standard? Because I've got the distiller's strength. Standard gin is 40% alcohol. I've got the distiller's strength, which is 52.5%. It's like if I ever want to get really fucked up on a martini, I make like a really strong martini with my distiller's strength Archie Rose gin. And just like, I'm going to do like 4 parts of this gin and half a part vermouth. It's just like, it's mostly gin, strong gin, with just a little bit of vermouth. And I'm just going to sit here going, See, Stella, what you're saying technicians are going to be watching me while I'm sleeping. This is the thought that hasn't got out of my head since I first thought of it. So I'm going to have all these sensors all over my head and my chest. Like, what will those sensors show if I masturbate while I'm in bed?
I'm curious, what are you getting tested for exactly?
Sleep apnea. I'm getting tested for sleep apnea. Because I definitely have it. This is really just evaluating the degree to which I have sleep apnea and what treatment I should get afterwards. Like, should I get a CPAP machine, which is that weird thing you put on your nose and it pumps oxygen? Because Mrs. Angry would really like it if I didn't fucking snore.
Easy solution: just put a pillow over his head.
Yeah, no, seriously, Shieldsy, don't fucking encourage her, okay? I think she's thought of it. It's like, quiet now, sleep, quiet. And I'm just talking going, yeah, no, we don't want to do that. That's why I'm polite. Like on Friday nights, if I've been drinking too much, I will sleep on the lounge because it's like I'm not going to stagger into bed at 2:00 in the morning and snore really loudly and have Mrs. Angry just put a pillow over my face.
This is the last time he'll keep me away with his snore.
Exactly right. And so Abigail says sleep masturbating is a thing. Yeah, I'm going to claim I was asleep when I did it. And they said, there's this thing where your heart rate went. I was asleep. I don't know what was happening there. But we looked at the video because we were monitoring you, and you had your iPhone and you were watching something on the iPhone, and your heart rate was going, oh, I wasn't watching porn. We didn't mention porn. Neither did I. What? Sorry, Abigail's taking the piss. Mrs. Angry is complaining to her every morning when we wake up about how I snore. So it's gotten better because I've lost, just in the last couple of months, I've lost more than 10 kilos with the meal replacements. Mrs. Angry is
That's
actually
impressive.
she says you snore way less. That was my COVID weight. I'm at my pre-COVID weight now. I'm not joking. I put on 10 fucking kilos.
I put on 22 fucking kilos.
No, meal replacements. I don't know what the brands are in the UK, but the meal replacements, and I mix it up. I have the occasional, or every second day, I tend to have like a normal human food. But God, yesterday I had a lunch. I went into the city to meet my team at work for the first time in a year, and we had lunch. We went to a Thai restaurant, and because Thursday night is takeaway night with my offspring, I got ramen and fried chicken, which, oh my God, it was so fucking good. Ramen and teriyaki chicken. Oh my God, so fucking good. But so yesterday was a high calorie day. Today I've had two of the bars, which are meal replacement bars, and a shake. And yes, it might have been you who pointed out, Shieldsy, that I'm going calories plus with the booze tonight, but that's just Friday night. I'm having there are definitely some calories involved in the booze on a Friday night.
But it's all vegetable based, so that's fine.
It is. It's health food. It's grain. it's grain. Whiskey is made from grain and vegetables. It's great.
So we were talking about politics. So as well as the London mayoral thing with Lord Buckethead, with Count Bucketface,
Yes.
Binface. We also have the mayoral one for Manchester as well. And there's a couple of ones that are in there that made me kind of, sort of chuckle and, roll my eyes in a way that made it look like I might have been having a stroke. So we've got the Reform UK, which is the new name for the Brexit Party.
Yes.
And in it, in their little sort of couple double-page manifesto kind of, flyer, because there's basically a little book that's full of who's going to be in it and what are their promises. So we will require police to focus on preventing crime and catching criminals, not woke nonsense.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, and it's like, what the fuck do you think the police do? And then you've got the Conservatives. And that guy, is environmental pledge. Yes to clean air, no to the congestion charge. Except there is no congestion charge. It's called an emissions charge. The more you emit, the more you pay.
Yeah.
So basically, it's a low emission zone in the city. And if you want to drive into the city with your car that pollutes a lot, then you're going to have to pay more. And if you go in an electric car, you pay nothing. But of course,
is that true? I knew there was that congestion charge in Greater London. They don't charge you if you have an electric car?
No. But the thing is, there's the congestion one, and now there's the low emission zone, ultra low emission zone, and that is okay. Yes, we've still got people driving in, but that means that we still got a bad pollution problem. So what we're doing is this low emission zone, so that people are encouraged to nudge over into buy an electric car instead of a petrol car or a diesel car, which are the worst. Because although there's been less traffic, there's still a shit ton of diesel pollutants.
Actually, talking about electric cars, here in the Redlands, we got our first electric bus.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah, we've got a few of those.
Still haven't ridden on it yet or seen
Yeah.
it.
So
Yeah.
I'm just going to go to the chat. Lemonhead86, who is super old school angry family, throwing up heads up for flying discus. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. You have to be old school angry to remember my story of getting hit in the head by a discus when I was at school.
Oh, yes.
And
Yes.
Yeah, no. Bringing that up, man. Bringing that up. Me getting hit in the head with a discus.
Tell it.
Okay, the short version of the story. Okay, growing up at school, school athletics carnival. We're doing tryouts. There was a park across the road from my school. We're doing shit for the athletics carnival, and it was doing discus throwing. And I'm not athletic, and I'm unco. But there was like the class wimp, this really skinny guy, Grant. I won't say his last name, but I actually remember his whole name. He was skinny, wimpy dude. And he does the thing with the discus, which is, I don't know, 2 kilos, 2.5 kilos. I forget how heavy a discus is, somewhere between 1 and 2 kilos. I don't know. And he does this, and it goes about, I don't know, a couple of meters at a 45-degree angle. And me being a piece of shit, because I was a piece of shit at
You
school,
said it, not me.
yeah, I'm going, Grant, I'll just mark that because that might be a record. So I'm taking the piss out of my wimpy mate, and I've walked out with a stick, and I've wandered out, and I'm putting a stick in the ground. I'm just marking this, mate. It might be a record. And I'm bent over, putting this stick in the ground, and I have this bizarrely clear memory. I heard the teacher shout, "Don't throw that." And then I hear about 3 of my mates going, "Look out!" And I'm going, I wonder what that is about. And I go to stand up, but I'm bent over 90 degrees, and this discus fucking hits me. It skips off my head, it like barely touches me. But because it's heavy and the force of it, it felt like someone stood directly above me with a shovel and fucking hit me on the head. And I just smashed into the ground, and I'm like, oh, and apparently I don't have a very clear memory of this, but apparently I clutched my head and I went into shock. So I wasn't actually feeling pain, but something in my head went, that was bad. You should make a scene about this. So apparently I'm clutching my head and yelling. I'm just yelling. I'm just going, ah. And some of my friends ran up, and apparently my scalp was just pissing blood, because scalp wounds bleed a lot. And it was right on the crown of my head. And they eventually prized my hands apart because it was really locked on my head. And there was just fucking blood everywhere. And they went, oh, shit. But I never lost consciousness. So they thought I was okay. So they said, okay, we're going to take you back to school. And 2 of the stronger lads got under each arm, and I was like my arms over their shoulders. And they were dragging me back to school because my legs weren't fucking working. And I was doing, yeah. And I looked at one point, and they're like, and they were laughing and whatnot. And I looked, and my hands looked like I had dipped them into cans of red paint. My hands were just red. And I was looking at my hands, and I'm just going, is that my blood? And these guys just laughed and went, who the fuck do you think owns the blood on your hands? And I'm like, man, that is fucked. What? And
That sounds like shock, doesn't it?
I was in shock. I couldn't feel anything. And seriously, has anyone ever seen any evidence that I've suffered long-term fucking symptoms from being hit in the head? No, I'm fine. Mofo sign, I have not seen you.
But strangely, that was when the size of your head started to grow.
Yeah, no, my head fucking expanded. I swear to fucking God, they x-rayed my head, and I was in the thing looking at the x-rays, and I went, That is a fucking. What is wrong with my head? That's a Neanderthal. I've seen science textbooks. That's a Neanderthal skull. That's not a Homo sapiens skull. What the fuck is wrong with my head?
That's all right. Back in high school, I got clipped by a baseball.
Oh shit! Where did it hit you? Right there. Damn.
Teacher said, "Keep an eye on the ball. Keep your eye on the ball."
and you did it literally. You did it literally. Oh dear. Oh, Invisible Chicken's going to bed. Good night, Kelly.
Good night.
No.
Oh my god.
I should
Fucking-
tell you about my fainting spell.
Yes, tell us, Laura.
So I've had 2 fainting spells in the last month.
Ooh, shit. Okay.
And unfortunately, it comes down to me being bloody fat again. So when I take a shower,
Yeah.
the hose is only maybe 10, 15 centimeters away from my face,
Yeah.
which means that you kind of got to like rotate your body in order to get water all over you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what I do is I sit in the bath because it's a bath with the mixer tap going to the shower.
Yeah.
So I'll sit in the bath sideways, you know, and I'll just sit there and let the water flow over me, and it's almost like a sauna kind of thing, you know. It's just
Sure,
nice and
yeah.
warm and comfy.
Yeah.
And I do all my like plotting evil against people in there because there's nothing else to do. It's not like the rest of the time when I got like a computer and DVD player or whatever, you know. So all I've got is there to sit and think. And so I just think of my ways to revenge myself upon my enemies. But anyway, I'm serious. That's a joke.
I can hear that. Very
I don't have enemies. I just other people have hate me. I've got people who hate me because I'm an atheist, you know. But anyway, so because I'm fat and the bath isn't really wide enough, I end up cutting off the circulation at the knees to my feet.
Oh no.
So I end up with numb feet after half an hour sat in the bath or whatever.
Yeah.
And so when so what happened for the first time, I got up and I'd had it before. I felt a bit dizzy as the blood rushes to your head kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, you just feel a little bit, fuzzy for a few minutes and then it goes away because the blood goes normally after that. But for some reason, the first instance, it was like I'm stood up, I'm leaning against the tiles on the wall and holding on to the, what's it? I'm thinking, oh, this doesn't seem to be going away. I think I'll get out before I fall because I can feel myself going a bit faint. So I got out and I sat on the edge of the bath. And the next thing I know, I woke up and I'm sat on the floor of the bath in the bathroom with one leg tucked under me and the other one out in front of me. And I felt quite queasy. And I'd sit there in the cold, because it was the winter.
Yes.
Sit there in the cold, but I was hot anyway because I'm like not feeling very well, so it wasn't so bad. But to get my brain working again, get my senses back together, so that was a little bit weird,
Yeah.
And then the one that I had just over a week ago now, same story, but sorry, for the first one, I hadn't had breakfast. So I've got a thyroid problem at the moment, and I've got to take some pills for it, some levothyroxine. But you're not supposed to eat anything for half an hour to an hour. So they got to work in. So I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll go and have a shower.
Yeah.
To waste away that time before I can eat something.
So,
but unfortunately, I'd assumed that basically because I hadn't had anything to eat, the low blood sugar thing is what had caused the first fainting episode. So, well, this time, like a week and a bit ago, I decided I'll have my breakfast, give it a while, and then go and have a shower. So I went and did the same thing, and then when I got up and again same thing, leaning against the wall, holding onto the handrail, and I could feel myself going, but it'll go away in a minute. And I didn't have my sense about me to get out of the bath this time or just sit down, and so I just sat there, and I didn't feel myself fading out. I felt myself, my head was spinning a bit, but not feeling terribly good. But when I woke up, I was dropping.
Okay.
And I was dropping from, I'm 6'4", so you can imagine that's quite a drop straight down into the bath.
Yep.
And my legs were sort of out at 30-degree angles away from me. But I landed in a squat position, like taking a shit in the woods kind of, position.
Yes.
And I just dropped straight down. So the gravity of my heavy body. So, my feet were flat on the floor, and so it went and sprained the muscles at the back of my ankle part. Going up to the calf. So that hurt for a bit. My shoulder, weirdly. But the main one was the left groin muscle. Because that leg was out at more like 45 degrees when I dropped. And because there was no braking force behind it with my muscles, because I just did it loose because I was like, I'd fainted.
Yes.
So there was no pushback against it, I mean, just to give you an idea, can you imagine jumping off a chair and trying to land on your knees?
Oh, God damn. My knees.
You know what I mean? It was that kind of stress on my body. So, it hurt like crazy. And my groin muscle, everything else seems to be okay. I still feel a bit of twinges here and there, but nothing too serious. But my left groin still hurts. It's getting better. It's just going to be a longer repair job for my body. And so it makes a number of things quite awkward. Things like putting on clothes in the morning. So, for example, underwear. Normally, you just hold them and you lift one leg up and you stick it through the hole. I can't do that because that hurts like crazy, and then my body wants to sort of fall over. So, for my left foot, I have to put them on the floor, stick my foot in, and then reach down and pull them up because I can't lift my leg up like that.
Yeah.
So, but that's weird having 2 fainting episodes in, So I've now got a new strategy that works. Okay. And that is when I decide that I want to get out of the shower, or rather, stand up so I can wash my hair and, shower gel and stuff. What I do is I rotate my body 90 degrees so that I'm like sat in the bath.
Yeah.
And then once my legs aren't numb anymore, now it's safe to get up.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to adapt. Oh my God. Also,
I don't know whether it's those bloody cocktails last night, but my mouth is so dry today. Can you hear how raspy I am compared to normal?
No, cocktails can do. Sorry, I'm also just noticing, because we talked about injuries and everyone in the chat went off. Like, Earthquake, my oldest caught a softball with her eye. And,
I missed that one.
Toronto Maple Leaf got smashed in the head with a frozen puck from a slap shot. Abigail was a goalkeeper in soccer. Went to hit a ball but misjudged it. Ended up getting straight in the side of the face. It's like everyone's got their injury stories, usually tied to some sort of sport. It's like
I'm fortunate. I was never a sporty kind of person. I was more a thinky kind of person. And 2 instances was every now and again I might play. There was some 5-a-side football type of thing going on. The schoolyard kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I remember, on a Friday afternoon, because it was boarding school, they used to have a sports afternoon kind of thing, and you'd go swimming, or you'd go to the school woods, or football, or whatever, 5-a-side football kind of thing on this concrete pitch, And the the headmaster, Mr. Gerish, his name was, sadly dead now. I kicked the ball hard and it went flat in the face, and then he kicked it straight back at me with the finger. But my most serious one was at the school woods. You know, one of those death slides, as they're called. I don't know if you call them the same thing. It's like rope between two trees with a with a pulley that you slide down it.
I would
you know
call
what
them a flying fox. Yeah.
I don't know. We call them, rope slide or whatever.
Yeah.
So we had one of them. It was a piece of steel, steel rope securely between two trees with a pulley and a piece of rope with a sort of stick on it. So it was like in a gully, where it's sort of like a dry riverbed kind of thing. And so there's a long piece of rope, and when you dropped, it was probably about 2 meters to drop to the ground safely. So it was a bit of a jump. And there was a key that you had to be careful not to sort of knock the wood so that it clunk and smack you in the head, as well. So what happened was I swung down it, and my friend grabbed the rope to pull it up, and then he decided to be silly and tied it because it was a bit. At one place, it was really a long drop, and another one, it was a bit of a shorter drop. So my mate pulled, it was like, pull it to the shorter bit so I can get off easier. But instead, he tied it to a piece of a big piece of log or something. So I'm like, trying to shake it to pull it away, and that's when the steel rope snapped. So it was like,
shit.
And I dropped, and I'm in sitting position, and I basically dropped about 1.5 meters, 2 meters. To land flat on my backside with my legs out in front of me in a sitting position. But I scratched my back on an upturned log, with the the roots showing. And there was a long, thinnish part that scratched all up my back. And if I'd gone back by a couple of inches, it would have gone up my arse. And this is in the middle of the country. I mean, in the middle of the country in UK terms, it's probably like 10 miles away from as a small hospital and 20 miles for a bigger one. So I could have died that day. I was pretty close to death. That scared the shit out of me. I mean, I laughed because it was like, I'm alive. Kind of thing going on. Oh my gosh,
Oh, that's scary. I mean, remind me of a friend of Mrs. Angry's. A married couple who are friends of Mrs. Angry's have this property sort of on the perimeter of Melbourne, so it's borderline suburb, borderline farmland, but it's a big open space. This guy's built this. We call it a flying fox. What you were talking about, I think Americans call it a zip line.
Zip line. That's it.
Yeah, you go down, and he had it built at the bottom. There was a very big spring, so when you come flying down the flying fox, when you hit the end of it, the spring compresses. It's kind of fun because you hit it. It doesn't stop you dead, but the spring compresses, and you tend to go flying up into the air, and you hold on to the frame, and you come back down, and it's a pretty fun end. Anyway, we did this somewhere in the region of 10 years ago, where my lad was a teenager, and he decided to go down it. And I saw him. He wasn't even conscious he did this, but I saw him. He reached the bottom, and he decided that was the bottom, was when he hit the spring, and he just let go. He just let go of the frame. And so it hit this stop, because he wasn't holding on. He got thrown off, and he fucking face planted into the dirt with quite some force. And I was there, and I was like, what the fuck? Why did you do that? And he was like a teenager, a young teenager. He's pretty upset, crying because he fucked his face up. He face planted into the dirt. And I'm like, okay, buddy, I'm carrying him off, going, listen. And he's pretty upset. But I was like, and he's like, oh, it's broken. Dude, you let go. And he went, no, I didn't. I said, I saw you. You put your arms out like that. You let go of the thing and did this. And he's like, did I? And I went, yeah, you did. That was really fucking dumb. Why did you do that?
Oh my gosh. You just reminded me of another story of mine. Okay, so we lived in Germany, but my parents were in the Air Force, so we lived in Germany for a couple of years, for 3 years.
Yeah.
So when you first move to a new base, you got to get yourself some new friends.
Yeah.
And one of the big differences between military life and civilian life was friendships were always temporary things. Either you would move or they would move. So this idea of having, your childhood friends isn't a thing for me. Thanks to the internet, I now have friends that I've known for more than 20 years.
Yeah.
I never had that for the first 17 years of my life. It was more like 3 or 4 years, maybe. So either you would move or they would move. So we'd moved to Germany. And and it was like 3 blocks of flats kind of thing, so this was 1984. BMXs were around, but I didn't have BMXs were like the cool kids thing,
Yes.
So, but I didn't have a BMX. I had something called a Rally Grifter, which is basically like a kid's mountain bike made out of scaffolding. It was really heavy.
Yeah. Okay.
And it had 3 gears as well.
Yeah.
So what happens is I'm out on my bike, sort of trying to get some new friends kind of thing. I'm not deliberately going out of my way I need to find some friends. No, it's just like, oh, there's some people kind of thing. So there were a couple of lads, and, my age-ish, and they would jump in their BMXs over this piece, this lump of dirt. It's probably about maybe 1 meter long and 1/2 meter wide and about, maybe 1/2 meter tall. So it was a fairly good jump. And for BMXs, you ride up to it as quick as you can with your legs spinning around like crazy. And then you jump and you land on the other side. And that was all great. Unfortunately, me and my, sort of 10-year-old mind, 11-year-old mind, thought to myself, no, it was 10 years old. Yeah, my 10-year-old mind thought, okay, well, I've got 3 gears. 3 gears equals more speed. More speed equals more height. More height equals fucking cooler.
Yeah. Why not?
What actually happened was that I raced, I hit the jump, and that's when me and my bike separated. I landed on gravel because it was like a car park, sort of, garages. So I landed on gravel and slid, and it sort of scraped road rash all up my left thigh. I still have 3 lines of black grit in my leg.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So and that was sore for the rest of the summer. My bike bounced twice and then bounced through a Mercedes.
Oh shit!
It hit the door, damaged the wing, hit the bonnet or the hood, cracked the windscreen, and scraped the wing on the other side as well.
Oh shit! That's full on. That's excellent. Actually, totaling a Mercedes. That's excellent work. I love it.
But basically, the moral of the story is, faster, higher isn't necessarily cooler.
No, not necessarily.
Teach your kids. If you've got children and they're like, below 10, teach them now.
Yes. Yeah, you're not in stress. There's great ones. Earthcrow is saying he was on a flying fox. The cog lodged in the rope, left him dangling over rocks in the water, fell. Abigail has a story about breaking collarbone, but started on a lesbian boat cruise. Broken on ashes, fell in the bath, smashed the face on the tap, had 9 stitches in a black eye. God damn, we are a bunch. I mean, okay, because I grew up in the country, right? So we're in the middle of nowhere board, but most country towns are on a river. That's where settlements happen, on rivers. So Dubbo is on a river, the Macquarie River, and there were a bunch of rope swings at different points along the river. People would get on a rope swing, and you could get a fair bit of elevation. One time I was doing like a camping trip with some school friends, and the rope swing on this particular bit of river was actually, it's like, big fuck up rope this thick. Those big sort of things you get on tugboat ropes, really fucking heavy.
That's pansy rope.
Yeah, so big fuck up rope, but it was split into 2 pieces, and I'm going to do a swing. And this friend of mine, he goes, "Have you ever done a whip around?" And I said, "What's that?" And he said, "Don't worry. You just run straight. Just hold on to the rope and run straight and jump out into the river." And I said, "Okay." So he's holding this rope is split into two pieces of a joint. I'm holding onto one bit. He's holding onto the other. I run straight and jump off the riverbank. He's running at 90 degrees to me and holding the rope. And then he jumps and he's at 90 degrees. What happens? The rope hits a certain point and then physics takes over and him at 90 degrees to me with all this force pulls me and it whips. And I'm holding onto the rope for dear life. And it whips me around at 90 degrees. And that whips me around him. And then the physics takes over and whips him around me. And then it whips me around him. And then I'm out in the middle of this fucking river and I can't hold on anymore. And I'm just like, fuck! In the river. And
that's all right. I grew up on the Sunshine Coast here in southeast Queensland, and along the Roochdoor River, there's a place called Dunfern Rock, and there's a rope. Well, I'm not sure if it's there anymore, but there used to be a rope swing there. The rope was like that thick.
Yeah.
Really thin, and then someone put a stick on it.
Yeah.
And just note, this part of the river is well known for bull sharks.
Oh,
And
God.
we were swinging out on this swing. This is like Christmas Day when we were doing this.
Oh,
And like
shit.
we're flying out in the water. And then late at night, you hear on the news, bull shark attacks dog or something.
Hmm.
We go, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So Stella's signing out, doing blacksmithing. Wow, Stella, you're doing blacksmithing in the morning, and you're suffering with crippling. Yeah, you need to sleep. You need to try and get some sleep, Stella, if you're doing blacksmithing.
No, Stella. I got a fun story for you. Now,
You
not
do
as,
that. I'm doing a bit of a wee break, so I'll be back in a minute.
wee.
Laura?
I'll wait for him to get back then.
It's being a bit French.
Yeah. Actually, I've got another one of these Manchester mayoral bids. Marcus Farmer, Independent, and it's the wishy-washiest. It's like, why would you vote for this person? So this is pretty much everything that's there. So it's being bold, confident, and positive is the only way for Manchester to move forward. Let's take back control. No dither, no delay. As a mayor of Manchester, I will focus on jobs, peace, and freedom. Jobs, defending and creating and enriching. Peace, maintaining, enhancing, promoting. Freedom, speech, thought, and expression. The negative social, economic, cultural, and emotional effects of suppression, lockdown, are profound. Based upon my own observational evidence at street level and using the University of Oxford's pandemic model for guidance, I am now convinced that this has to end via the democratic process on the 6th of May. Please take 15 minutes to read how I will build a team to run Greater Manchester for the next 3 years at and website. And it's like, you actually use lots of words that said nothing about what you're going to do here. You know, it's like, yeah, being bold and confident and positive. Yeah, you can be bold and confident and positive about lots of things, but it's not going to stop, all sorts of problems going on. That's hippie shit. It's like, yeah, just going to be a positive person. Great, be a positive person, but that's not going to say, I'd like to solve these problems in Manchester, and I think if I'm the mayor, I can do that. But it doesn't tell you what you're going to do, so yeah, it's just weird. And we got the Conservative one, which is scrap the crippling congestion tax so we can protect people's businesses, livelihoods, and businesses and livelihoods deliver a wide range of apprentices to support jobs. And it's like, there is no such thing as the congestion tax. There's this low emission zone thing, and it's not here yet. How can it be crippling if it's not actually started until, the end of this year? It's almost like they've, I mean, to be honest, looking at that, because on it says prepared by Matthew Thomas, and it's in London, and it's it's like, wait a minute, did the person sort of copy and paste the thing that's in London into the one for Manchester? So,
Yes.
yeah.
I think
Anyway,
you-
I wanted to tell you that funny story. So
Yes.
it wasn't me, but just something I witnessed. Do you remember? Did you have a weird thing about 20 years ago? There was like, you can send in your funny clip and they play it on the TV.
Yeah, funniest home videos. Yeah.
Yeah, that we had similar things. Well, it would have been perfect for that if someone would have had recorded it. And it's just one of those perfect moments in time. So what happened was, I was in the 5th year, so that was like the leaving school year. That's your last year at school, at high school or whatever. It's boarding school. So, well, with the boarding school thing, you'd stay at school for, I would stay at school for 1 week and go home for the next week because we only lived 20 miles away from the school. So my dad would come and pick me up on the Friday, take me back on the Monday morning. On Sunday evening, rather. For the kids who lived in London, they stayed at the school, pretty much all the time because it was expensive, to send them back, kind of thing. So, but anyway, well, on a weekend, you might go to the school woods, you might go swimming, or on rare occasions, we'd get in the school van, and go to like minibus kind of thing, and we go to Exeter so kids would go shopping. I'd go to look at the trains with my friend James, my roommate, or Plymouth. Well, when we went to Plymouth, James's dad was a merchant seaman, so I had a bit of money. And so they had a nice house and nice garden and stuff like that. And they had a swimming pool. And, being 5th years, because some kids are a bit naughty, shall we say, the kids that were in the 1st to 4th years, they had to wear school uniform, even on the Saturday, if they were shopping, because that way you could identify them if they got involved in shoplifting or something, because some kids do naughty things, The 5th years were trusted. We could wear our own clothes. So, that trainers and, whatever, right? So, so we went down to Plymouth, and me and my mate, we went to train station. On the way back, we'd stop at James's house for, tea and biscuits kind of thing. So, James had just got a new bike. This was January. And just to bear in mind that Devon in that January, it was like a couple of weeks after, but it snowed us in for a week. We were fortunate because there were power cuts everywhere, but the school had a generator. And of course, what would happen is, one person would turn on a light, and that was just too much for the generator. Everything would go off, and the rule was turn off that last thing, you turned on. When it went. Anyway, so we went down and we dropped off at James's place. And for Christmas, James had got a new bike. Another thing that he had, or they had as a family, was a swimming pool. And it wasn't like a really good one. It was just like a big plastic box thing that was embedded in the ground. Had a filter on it, but it didn't have anything like, pumps or anything like that. It was just a, big chunk of, a big plastic thing full of water. And around the edge of it, there was a rockery, with some flowers and stuff like that. And then around that, it was like an L-shaped hedge. But there was a hole in the hedge. And James, with his new bike, was showing off his new bike. So he came through the hedge, and it's like there's a, there was a bit of tiling around the edge of the swimming pool and the rockery. And it was like maybe 20 30 centimeters wide. This paving slab,
Yeah.
the slabs around the edge. And so he says, Campbell, one of the other kids, watch this. And he went flying at speed. And he mistimed it and hit one of the rocks, the big, massive pebble.
Yeah.
And you can imagine, he hit it, stopped, lost balance, and then went sideways into the pool. He was wearing a wax jacket and, stuff like that. It was cold. It was the winter.
Yeah.
It was, like I say, it had only just been not quite freezing because of the snow. So, it's like, Campbell, watch this, splash. And
has
all of us
anything-
laughing.
Yeah.
All of us laughing at just that perfect moment in time.
Has anything good ever followed? Watch this. It's just like that is a precursor to disaster.
Isn't it? Yeah. Watch this is synonymous with hold my beer. Oh my gosh, I'm so dry today.
Yeah.
I am. I've drunk. I've gone through almost a whole jug full of juice, and I get like 4 pints out of them.
Okay.
So I'm so thirsty.
That's fair.
Dehydration.
So once we start talking about horrible injuries, Toronto Maple Leaf has one. Going down a hill, the bottom of the hill, there's a steel baseball batter's cage. Goes down the hill. Some fucking dumb kid stands in the middle of the run. Oh no, hollering, get the fuck out of the way. Dumb fuck stands there doing nothing. Toronto Maple Leaf can't stop. So rolls off the side to change course, which spins him sideways, hits the jump going sideways, lands on the side of his pelvic bone going sideways, shattering the collarbone 2 places.
Ow.
But didn't take out the dumb fuck kid. Look, seriously, you should have just killed the dumb fuck kid. That's what should have happened there.
I have another one, which also involved me being stupid and going over a jump on my bike. And this one wasn't a really bad one, but it was I did have that sort of horrible moment of panic, because what happened was it was just like a couple of bricks with a piece of wood. And I jumped over the top of it. And of course, to get onto the piece of wood, you got to pull your handlebars up so you don't bump into the corner of it, if you know what I mean, which will slow you going over it. And of course, the quicker you're going, the more likely you are to succeed. And I was only a kid. I was only like 8 or something like that. Anyway, so what happened was I pulled my handlebars and the handlebars came off in my hand. They weren't attached to the steering anymore. They weren't attached to the bike.
Oh shit!
So your legs just go outwards to try and stop from falling, and so yeah, that was funny. I mean, it wasn't at the time. It's like, oh my god, what do I do? But of course, that's the flash moment that you have going through your head in the half second it takes to, in the realization of like, I've got to land now.
Oh shit!
Fortunately, it was only 2 bricks high, so I just fell over
That's
and
okay.
Scraped my knee or something.
So I saw Shane showing up in the chat. Howdy, Shane. We're talking about terrible injuries we've had terrible injuries and terrible misadventures we've had in our lives. Earthcrow says he's had so many accidents. Don't think there was a year when he wasn't injured. Teacher wouldn't let them participate in physical activities. You've got enough injuries that you show up to physical stuff and the teacher says, no, you fuck off. Fuck off. No, you.
That's all right. I've got another good story to tell. I probably said it once before.
Bring it.
Back in year 10, we start playing physical tackle sports.
Oh God! Okay.
We had a Canadian exchange teacher at the time as a HPE teacher, and he took us and he said, "Oh, let's go play gridiron." So we play gridiron. No one gets hurt.
Yeah.
Not wearing any padding or anything like us idiot Aussies do. We swapped classes around and started playing rugby union. First lesson of playing rugby union, we go to do the ball throw-in thing they do on the sideline.
Yeah.
And we had the biggest kid in our class pick up the smallest kid in our class.
Oh no.
And
Oh, no.
he lost his balance and dropped him. And then when he dropped down the ground, he fell on top of his leg.
Hey.
He snapped
Oh.
his leg
Oh.
in the middle of class.
Oh no. 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 No, dude.
You know,
And
some-
the funny thing about it, he wasn't even in pain.
something just occurred to me. That is, so a number of years ago, my friend from the Netherlands came to visit, and we went to Haworth, as in the Brontes of Haworth. So, well, Wuthering Heights, stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
And we ended up in the graveyard where one of them was buried, and in it, I was looking at other gravestones while I was there, and it was just amazing seeing how many kids died because you get you just get just people used to die from childhood illnesses, chickenpox.
Yeah, absolutely.
All these
Absolutely.
sorts of things, things that we got immunizations for. Unfortunately, anti-vaxxers are idiots and we don't have any memory of such things anymore. So they think we don't need them anymore. They're idiots. But it's like looking at this one and like I counted one gravestone where there were 12 kids that had died.
Oh,
And in the
shit.
7th year of their age and their 3rd year of their age or the 18th month of their age and all those sorts of things, and it was just like really sad seeing one family. I mean, they had 12 kids die. How many did they have that's lived? Because of course, how does nature work? That dead animals don't breed effectively. That's how evolution works. The weak ones perish, the strong ones survive to have more offspring, and that's how we keep going.
Angry.
So it's like you have 14
Look at the
kids
chat.
expecting
Oh,
like 6 of them
grasshopper.
to die.
Sorry. Speaking of dirty sluts,
Can I just finish off this tiny thing?
yes, no, okay,
And it just
grasshopper.
makes-
Laura's
it-
going to finish your story before you come on. Or you can come on, but be a dirty slut when Laura finishes.
Sure.
Mm.
It's a very short thing. What I was thinking with this kind of story that I was explaining is, I wonder how much kids were told so much more. Don't do that. You'll get hurt, because you'll get hurt could quite easily become you'll become dead. Because
Oh,
these are
yeah.
the days
Yeah,
where
yeah.
someone stretched their leg on some thorns or something like that, and next thing you know, they got sepsis because they got no antibiotics, and then they
Yeah.
die.
Yeah.
You might want to drop the link in the chat again.
Oh,
Abigail
look,
wants the link.
anyone who wants the link. But okay.
Yeah. So, like I say, the theme I'm saying is maybe thanks to antibiotics and how we can fix people much easier than we used to be able to, maybe that's bred us into taking a lot more risks. And watch this didn't really used to be a thing, but now it much more is.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to have a great thing to watch, just do a Google image search of why women live longer than men.
Oh
And
my
you're
god, I love
great.
that shit. I love that shit. Men doing absolutely ridiculous shit with the caption, "This is why women live longer than men."
I just
love it.
realized, Angry, you have 3 different thumbnails for all 3 different stream things.
Yeah, because dude, I'm a fucking professional. I have a persona on all things. Grasshopper, how you doing? Oh,
I am doing well. How are you doing?
and Abigail's joined with the username Pain. That doesn't sound good.
I'm
Hi there.
in a lot of pain. I'm.
Sorry, we're probably making you more painful with what.
Oh no! Misery loves company. Trust me, this has been amazing. No, mate, I've got some really bad back pain at the moment, and
Oh yeah.
the only painkillers I'm allowed to take are just piss weak stuff like Panadol. I'm not even allowed to take ibuprofen or any anti-inflammatory. It's fucked.
Oh,
Can't take opiates because they make me go insane. Just take me out to the back paddock.
Oh no! Take you out behind the shed.
Eleanor said that
Yeah.
she did take you out to the back paddock, and that's why your back's fucked.
if it's any consolation to you,
So, Grasshopper, you banished to the shed now.
No, I'm very deliberately staying set up out here. I can talk at a normal volume and not keep my wife awake. And yeah, it's
That's
also
what I
now
said,
it's up
you've
to
been
me to
banished
keep your
to the
wife
garage.
awake.
it's also lovely and cold out
it's
here.
my
so
job to keep her awake now.
That's it. That's it.
And thank you for reminding me about the noise, because often the day after Mrs. Angry said, "You are really fucking loud," and I'm like,
It'd be worse if your son came up and said, "You and Mum were really loud last night, Dad." Like, Angry's just going to ignore that one.
no, I've just got a text. I'm just
He
downstairs.
loves ignoring us.
It's drunk
So
buzzing.
I
It's
have-
fine.
I have a high school bike injury story that I would like to share.
Yes,
Tell us
do it.
more.
If I may.
Do it.
So I was like year 10. It was about 91. Kids didn't really have mountain bikes back then. We all had BMXs.
Yeah.
And and they were all like old 80s BMXs. So they had the shit brakes and the shit bearings and all that. But anyway, I was riding home after a long day of studying hard, and I was going down this hill, and it was on a gravel road, and I was picking up a bunch of speed, and my front brakes, though all the brakes were those compression style brakes. There were no disc brakes back then.
Yes.
And I was going down this
What a break.
going down this really steep hill that's just gravel, and there's a main road to the left of me, and there's like kids, all these school kids walking down the road, just got off the bus or whatever. I'm like, hell yeah, check out how fast I'm going. All of a sudden my brakes fall off, and they're just being held by the cable, the brake cable, and they just go toing, and I remember this quite distinctly. They just bounce off the spokes once, twice, there's a doing 3 times, and then the 4th time they lock in, and the front wheel,
folks. Oh no!
the front wheel stops,
Oh.
and I just momentum, like physics takes over, and all that momentum I get, and I Superman off the bike and land
Typical,
on my
Bale Army
hands.
video in the making is like,
So yeah, so all my hands were just like fucked. I've still got gravel in my hands, and my elbows like that. I get like all these little bumps on my elbows around here, like forever, because it's just gravel.
Gravel goes through your lymph nodes. Yeah.
Yeah, and
One of the
yeah,
main-
I was fucked for about a week after that.
One of the main highways in Sydney is a toll road called the M5. Earthcray, you'd know all about the M5. During like peak hours and stuff like that, it's referred to as the M5 parking lot. It's just not worth it. But you get there like later on at night and stuff like that, and it can save you a fair whack of time if you're heading out to my place from the city or something like that. There was one night I was driving down there. I was in the left-hand lane. It's 110 zone. I was doing 110. Had my cruise control set. There was an SUV in the right-hand lane that was like kind of keeping with me just outside of my blind spot, but there was no space to overtake. This bike rider came between me and the SUV. He passed us that fast. It was like it scared the shit out of me because it was just boom. And the thing is, he was on his rear wheel.
Oh, far out.
as he's come in between me and the fucking SUV. We're doing 110. He must have been doing about 180, the speed that he went past us. And I just watched him go flying past, and I went, that's a fucking organ donor if ever there was one.
Yeah. No, he
More to
was.
the point, I also noticed he's wearing a fucking singlet, shorts, ankle like small shoes, and a full face helmet.
There's no organs left of him by the time he hits the ground.
Well, that's the thing. About 2.5, maybe 3, 4 kilometers up the road, I all of a sudden started seeing bike pieces.
Oh, no.
Oh, jeez.
No.
About another 5
Yeah.
or 600 meters up, there was what was left of him on the road.
Oh,
He was-
no.
Now, he was alive, but I promise you he wished that he wasn't.
Oh,
Damn.
fuck. Oh, no.
Every time somebody talks about like the brake coming off the bike and going into the front spokes and sending you ass over tit and whatnot, I had that experience when I was on a push bike as a kid. It wasn't fun, but I always think to myself, at least I wasn't that guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Oh, shit.
Yeah, no,
That reminds me of the time I saw someone get run over by a train.
Oh, no.
yikes.
Yeah, it was a suicide by train. This old
Oh.
lady just laid down on the tracks, and there was a train coming, and
No.
just her head was right under the wheel.
Oh.
and I- Yeah, sticks with you.
That is, yeah.
I know
Yeah,
how you
that would-
feel. I was on the train, hit some idiot who decided he was going to escape from someone and run straight in front of a high-speed express train.
Well,
I have
yeah.
never
Yeah.
felt a train de-accelerate so fast in my lifetime.
It's not a problem in this kind of way, but I was on a train going to Leeds one time, and the trains were all stopped on one route on the way out because some shoplifters had run onto the track and run into a tunnel. There's a thing in the UK called they call leaves on the line. It's it sounds like a really dodgy excuse for the trains are delayed or whatever, but effectively what happens is steel wheel on steel rail doesn't have a huge amount of grip. Mainly it's based upon weight that gives it the grip. But when you have the leaf fall season in the autumn and the leaves shed their leaves and it goes on the track, when they get squashed by the wheel, it becomes like, slick, and so, it's leaves on the line is the excuse. And in the old days, it wasn't so bad because they had tread brakes that pushed on the surface of the wheel, whereas now they've got disc brakes, which means that the muck sticks to the wheel rather than being scraped off by the brakes before. But when this thing happened, the guy on the intercom was talking about the shoplifters. I'm afraid this train is delayed because of thieves on the line.
So because of what on the line?
Thieves, not leaves. Thieves.
Thieves.
As in they.
Okay.
You
Right.
remember, I said about how some shoplifters had jumped on the track and gone into a tunnel.
Sorry, it took a couple of seconds for my brain to put 2 and 2 together for some reason.
Yeah.
No, I had a bit of a unique experience earlier tonight. I needed to do a bit of a rescue mission for a friend of mine, and it's been one of the most unique rescue missions that I've ever had to undertake. They're actually messaging me at the moment. They went out to an establishment that is frequented by gentlemen, let's say. Kind of a bit of a dark area with a bit of a
brothel.
red light. Went in there, did a transaction, for lack of a better term, I guess, and went out to their car to try and drive home, and their car won't start. So I had the only person that they could think of to call who wouldn't go, "You're an idiot," was me. So I had to drive out there and pick them up and give them a lift home. It was, it was unique.
That's funny.
So how have you been doing anyway, Angry?
Good, good. Sorry for my brief distraction. There was a little text going back and forth. I was just helping a friend there, but that's all good. I mean, yeah. We're all talking about fun stuff about fucking ourselves up and seeing other people fuck themselves up.
The most entertaining story that I've got about me fucking myself up was actually when I was driving home once. I was a P-plater at the time. The road that I live on, if you turn on at a certain at one of the ends of the road, you actually go up a pretty good hill for a little bit. And as the car started going up that hill, the sun is straight in my eyes. So I pulled down the visor. The moment that I did that, the gigantic fuck off huntsman that was sitting inside of my visor landed right in my crotch.
I remember Angry doing that video about it, you know, because it was the false widow spider in the UK, and it's like not even venomous. And he did a rant about that. And one of the things he said, and this is pretty much the quote, and it's like one of their favorite spots to hide in is on the sun visor of car. So when you pull it down, it jumps into your lap, and you know, and it's going like, "All right, mate, how you doing? Why are you driving up the road like that? Aren't we supposed to stay on the road? I only want to be friends."
Look, I mean, they're completely harmless, but I'm an arachnophobe. And you have never seen a 19-year-old young man pull his car over so fast in your life, get out, and promptly punch himself at the crotch twice. And then realized that the spider wasn't there anymore, and then stood there on the side of the car going, "Fucking worth it. Fuck anybody that saw that. Worth it."
And the screaming and the squeal from you was so shrill that all the dogs in town went, "Do I hear a whistle?"
You know, more than that,
Hey,
the scream that was the worst was the initial scream of the spider landing in the lap. That's when I screamed. And
Like
and
a
all of you,
little schoolgirl.
Yeah,
your classic
you're a
horror
big
movie.
man.
You know,
You're a big manly man.
yeah, it was a manly war cry. Yes, it was a
Yes.
manly war cry. Yes. Oh Jesus. Yeah, no. From that day forth, every time that I park my car in the garage, I make sure that the windows are up, because like never again, never again.
I just wanted to play.
You want to cover it?
Just wanted some warmth and some little flies to eat and to be your friend and to
Yeah, so people say, those huntsmen look scary. Are they dangerous? They go, oh, they occasionally scare someone to death. That's all they do.
They need to jump across the room.
So I'd just like to say hi to Choking on Ashes, hi to Megaleech, and hi to Toronto Maple Leafer. No, it is I've got an agreement with spiders. If they stay outside, I leave them alone. If I walk into their web, I become a Tai Chi master. But if they come inside, you do. If you walk into a lab, everybody's like, fucking, you know, you become a Tai Chi master. But no, if they come inside, all bets are off.
I used to have a bird-eating spider which was a pet. And
that's not a pet. It's a fucking nightmare.
When I was in Rockhampton, and the house we rented, one of the property managers, I don't think she was fully quiet there because she asked some weird questions. And one day she comes through and she says, when she sees the spider in the glass house, she says, "What's that?" And I said, "It's a spider." "Do you let it out?" And in my mind, I'm close to thinking, to saying, "Yes, I have a collar and a leash. We take it for walks around the block."
Oh man!
So close. It was like the next time you go, we had this water fountain, which also filtered the water. And actually, no, we didn't filter it over. That was the next one, but we had this water fountain there, and she sees it. And she says, "What's that?" And she's generally asked, "What's that?" and I was so close to saying that there was a CIA listening device we spying on the neighbors. I was like, why are you asking such stupid questions?
Oh, I love that. When I was working at a computer store, all of the time I'd be elbows deep in a computer build, and people would walk in and go, "So what you up to?" And my response was to always look at them like, "I'm elbows deep in the computer. What you up to?" And I would turn around and look at them dead in the eyes and go, "Oh, hunting unicorns."
Yeah.
What the hell does it look like I'm doing?
With my injuries thing, I said growing up I was always injured because I fell over that. Didn't realise till I was in high school that my knees didn't grow properly, so they didn't have the support. So I was falling over a lot, and that's why I was injured a lot. But when I had knee reconstructions in year 8 and year 9, when I got to year 10, I was doing taekwondo and strengthening my body and that sort of stuff. Football came, and because I defended myself and I kind of kicked the crap out of someone at school, they made me play rugby league for school sports. I didn't have the strength up in the trunk of my body to take the blow for football. So when I had the ball and I had to run, the way I got around it when they came at me was that, like you get the dog to run on sheep. I jumped off one's leg and I ran across their shoulders and I kept on going. And when I looked back, they were all on the ground. So the next time they came at me, but in a line. And so I got in trouble for it, of course, as you would expect. I did a flying kick straight through the first one, and they went down like dominoes, and I just kept running.
Oh,
Excuse
man.
me, bro, can you do me a favor? Your audio is a little bit funny. I think it's your microphone. Is your mic? Just check your settings at the bottom, because I'm not sure that the microphone on your headset is the one that's picking up your sound or your speech.
Can I be heard? Is it playing up, is it?
I don't know. It sounds
We
like
can just barely hear you.
yeah, you're
It's
really
like we're
quiet.
a long way away.
No, that's
So
okay.
I have a feeling it
Right,
could
yeah.
be that your computer
Connection.
microphone is the one that's on, not your headset one.
Yeah, when you just tapped your headset mic, there was no noise, so I don't think it's actually picking up your headset.
Oh, how about now? Is that right?
No,
It doesn't sound any
same.
different.
Oh,
Don't know what's going on, buddy. We can hear you, but kind of just barely.
So WA's gone into a snap lockdown, it seems.
Yep, because of one community transmission. I was joking on Twitter, man, you can tell the WA Premier has literally no opposition, because who's going to stop him? Who's going to stop him at the moment?
Yeah.
And I watched his presser, and he's very serious and very somber, and he's talking. But I mean, he could have danced out in a tutu and gone finger guns like, "Which of you cunts is going to stop me? None of you."
I'd pay to
I
see
think-
that, actually.
Look, I think more politicians should use finger guns. Like
I fucking love finger guns. That was
finger guns,
when
yep.
COVID,
For the
people
win.
said, "Oh, we can't shake hands or we can't hug," and I said, "It's finger guns." When you see someone, you go, "Hey."
Yeah, now that's coming through, Webcro. That's coming through your microphone now, mate.
Okay, I had to change.
Brilliant.
Oh my god, I can totally hear you now.
I had to change the mic thing. Well, that's a bloody waste, because all that stuff I said. Because what I was talking about was like I fell over as a child because my knees didn't form properly, and so I fell over. When I was in year 8, your growth plates, they're supposed to fuse. By the time I was in year 8, there was a 2 centimeter different the distance between them, and they're growing further, and the bones are growing out, so there was no support. So year 8, year 9, they had reconstructions pulling them in and everything. But year 10, they made me play rugby league for school sport one day, because I'd been exempted by my specialist, but they made me play one day after I defended myself and I kicked the crap out of some kid, and the teachers saw it. So they made me play. And so I wasn't strong enough up in the torso to take the rugby league blows. So when I had the ball and I was running, and they came at me. So you know how like a dog will jump and run across the sheep. Well, I did the same thing to them. I used the taekwondo skills to jump up on them and run across them, and so they came at me after that in a single line. So this, of course, got me in trouble. I did a flying psychic straight through the first one, and they went down like dominoes. And so they didn't let me play again, which I didn't mind.
Oh.
But you know,
Still
But
say
that-
one of the best plays that I ever saw was when I was in high school. There was this kid that I went to high school with. He was a Tongan kid, and he was an absolute beast of a unit. One of the loveliest guys that you'd ever meet, but
they
he
are,
was
aren't they?
huge. Yeah, but he was absolutely huge, and we were playing tackle football during the lunch break there at one point, and I will never forget it. This kid, he's probably tipped, like he's 15, 16 years old, and he's tipping the scales at the better part of 110 kilos at the time. Like he was a big boy, and he had 4 kids hanging off him trying to tackle him down to the ground, and he's just lunging along with the ball in the arm, and the kids just getting dragged on behind him. And it was
That
just
sounds like me in
absolutely
year
hilarious.
9.
It was just really funny just watching that. I just sat there and just laughed. Like I've never been one for sports ball, but every now and again there's just plays that happen that you're just like, that's really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in year nine, we had to do inter-school rugby league, and they put me in, and they said throw the ball down. I grabbed on the ball. I had one kid on this arm, one kid on this arm, and one kid around the waist, and they could not stop me. It's like just dragging him across the field. The referee ended up at the call to play. It was a hold because I couldn't stop.
I was such a wimp that my dad loves rugby. That's his favourite sport. And when I was a kid, I sort of, wanted to please him, I suppose, and I said, I'll try rugby. And on the first game, and I was probably only like 9 or 10 or something, but on the first game, it was cold, and I was wearing shorts, and I was cold, and I just decided I couldn't do it. Like, you'll get warm when you start running around. No, it's too cold. I was such a wimp.
Yeah, I'm always being a wimp. Sorry, just choking on ashes. This is one of those bad things where I forget the last thing I said. Choking on Ashes has taken us to the park, which I think is very cool. And then he's asking me, is that Roriki Hutchison? You're a fan of him and David Feldman. I, A, don't know who these people are, and B, don't know what weird random shit I said that made you think of those people. I don't remember what I said from minute to minute, and I apologize profusely for that.
That's because he's very drunk. That's what it is.
I'm a little drunk.
He's a lot better than last week.
I know. I fucking learned from last week. You know what happened? Because I had 2 of these, right? My clarified cocktails, and if these are full, that's like 3 drinks, 3 cocktails, 3 strong cocktails, and I treated them like one cocktail and just poured them into a big glass and drank them, and then wondered why I was fucking asshole by midnight. And
I'm just going to momentarily turn my camera off as I apply some deep heat to my back.
Yeah, no, no
worries at all.
If you actually want to see that, though, I have an OnlyFans.
Yeah, yeah. That's all right.
I bought some new feet the other day. Winter feet.
Ah, that's so cute. I love it.
Slippers.
Yeah.
Little
No,
lines
I
and
tried- Sorry, Earthline, go.
the bloke who was serving me, he started the line puns, so we just kept on going with the line puns, like no more pussyfooting around and wearing them with pride. And all that sort of stuff. And then the last thing he said to me was, enjoy the main part of your day. So I just, with the fingers, just did a circle around my head, my face, because of the hair sticking out. So, yeah, all a bit of fun. But yeah, nice little fluffy little lion slippers for $20. Not bad.
I like them. I like lions.
I like
Lions
that.
are cuddly.
I've got a dog just down there, big,
All
was
right.
begging for attention before.
Yeah, doggies do that. Okay, so choking on ashes. It responds. She's not worried if I'm confused because she's confused too, so that's fair. But apparently,
Okay.
David Feldman is a comedian who does a politics
Yeah.
YouTube show, and he's good. Apparently. So,
Oh.
There he is. Hey, Jack. Wait. There he is.
No. I want to
Okay,
pet the
so
puppy.
I'm not.
Oh,
I
no,
am not a
don't
dog
believe it.
person,
I've got
but I am in love with that dog.
No, it's a coolie. It's a coolie. It's the most affectionate
Yeah.
dog I've ever known.
I apologise to do this yet again, Earthcrow, but now you've got a different audio problem, which is you keep breathing over the mic. You just move off to the side ever so slightly.
It's my stalker mode.
Creepy
Safa,
Buddha.
Safa says apparently nobody plays AFL in Sydney. Safa, nobody refers to it as AFL. It's aerial ping pong. Get it right.
fair, very fair.
Mm.
You know, by the way, just so the viewers can understand this, you can tell how much Angry drank the night before by the next day when he urinates. It sometimes if you can light it and set it, it'll catch fire because of all the alcohol still in there.
Oh my god! Last Saturday, I woke up and I could still feel the alcohol in my system when I woke up. Like I woke up and I'm like, oh, cool. I'm still actually fucked. Okay.
Was this last weekend?
This was last week. Last Friday night, I made a couple of mistakes. And
Oh, you were
I-
slurring something chronic and everything. It was funny.
I was trying to calculate it, and I'm going, man, that was like 20 standard drinks I had. And I'm just imagining going to a doctor, and the doctor's going, do you ever binge drink? And I'm like, no.
Yeah, I tell you
Except
one
for-
thing. You were in La La Land last week.
Oh,
The doctor would come in with the results and go, Mr. Angry, there seems to be a problem here. There's a little bit of blood in your alcohol stream. Yeah.
This is one of the very few times when I've woken up in the morning and woken up and gone, oh no, I can still feel the alcohol. Oh no. And it's just like,
Well, I guess that's not really hungover then, is it?
no, but that's the thing. I wasn't hungover. All Saturday. I was maybe my tummy was just a slightly bit off, but
Oh,
I didn't.
your tummy.
My
Your
tummy,
tum-tum.
my tum tum, a bit funny.
Do you remember doing the straight walk challenge?
But I honestly didn't remember, and you all told me, no, you said you were going to try and walk over to the fairy lights, and you couldn't. And I'm like, I don't remember that.
Actually, we should do that test right now. Angry, walk to
fine.
the fairy lights.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, he's
'Cause-
not drunk tonight.
Because
It looks like
last time
overacting
you
there.
actually
Angry, we
last
hate
time you actually failed that test. So
I know.
angry. We hate the fact that you're leaving, but we love to watch you leave, baby.
I swear to God, I failed that fairy light walk test so badly. I don't remember failing it. I don't.
Oh my god.
That's how bad it was.
Yeah, no,
feel like
choking on
you did
ashes.
a
It was
dance.
it was last week. Go back and watch it, especially
it's
towards
a
the end.
hoot.
He's
It's a hoot.
he's 7 sheets to the wind pissed.
You gotta
Um,
get
It's
to
the only
last
time I've
hour.
ever seen
The
him
last hour of the
slur on stream.
Yeah, he was referring to a
Only time-
green
Yeah.
to a green liquid or green drink or something, and he slurred it so badly. Everybody was paying out on him and going, "Yes, it's a green liquid, isn't it, Ozzy?" And he's like, "Fuck you all! I'm not as thick as you drunk I am." Like he was off. It was hilarious.
The last half hour was very bad.
And I had to come in as the adult and say, "Hey, little angry, you need to go to bed."
You know, like
And then he got up on Saturday morning. He peed IPA at 60 proof.
Oh my god! I should have. I swear I should have bottled what I pissed the next morning.
When you drink so much,
I use
I
IPA.
thought that's what you were doing.
I use
Will you clarify?
IPA.
It is yellow.
I use
No,
IPA to strip paint off models.
It's a running joke we have, well, on the streaming, but also in the house, because the most common color clarified cocktails go
Yellow.
is somewhere on the spectrum from yellow to orange. So we're always joking they're a urine sample. It's just the level of hydration of the donor.
It is his urine. He lies. It's not clarified alcohol.
Actual urine.
There are whole websites dedicated to people who drink their own pee. So
That
my
bottle
God.
reminds me-
Yeah. The
that
fact
bottle
that that's
reminds me
true
of a trip.
disturbs me.
I know, and it's true.
Angry
It's
drinks his
absolutely-
own urine.
No, it's absolutely true.
There was a drive I did between Brizzy and Sydney one night. I was living in Brisbane. I came down for the weekend, and I was driving through night. I just didn't want to stop, so I peed in the empty juice bottle, the old glass Orchie bottles, and
Yes,
I
yes.
just put it. And I had a van, one of the all 300s, and I just stuck it behind the seat. And I thought I'll just fix it up later on, and I completely forgot about it. And someone who I met up with, I drove him into the city on my way to see someone and go back up to Brizzy, and he saw the bottle, and he said, "Oh, what's that juice?" And I said, "Oh, it's nothing. You don't want it." But when he jumped out, he took the bottle and he ran out. He jumped out of the car and walked off with the bottle, and I thought,
Oh no!
Do you know what?
He drank that pee.
What I'm reminded
He
of,
drank that pee.
what I'm reminded of
Drank
now
the pee.
is that scene in Dumb and Dumber. Do you remember it?
"No."
They're
I want to
driving
remember his
along.
pen. Hold on.
Okay, so
Dumb
they're
and
driving
Dumber.
along.
I can't stop. I can't stop.
I can't stop. So basically, right, I need a pee, but we can't stop. We'll just pee in those bottles. Okay, so he starts peeing in, and then he has to change bottles. And so what happens next thing you know, woo, police car pulls him over, and it's like, is that beer you got there? No, sir, would never drink. Give me that bottle. And so he goes and swigs it back, and you just see him sort of shake his head like kind of thing. It's a fantastic scene.
I think the
No.
grossest
That
movie
was just a
scene-
great movie.
Yeah, I think the grossest movie scene I've
Choking
seen is
on
from Dan
Ashes.
Wilder.
Sorry, Choking on Ashes is leaving us.
See you, Choco.
Oh,
See you, mate. See you.
yeah.
I think the grossest movie scene I've seen would be Van Wilder's Party Like Asian Officer. Have you seen it? And there's a bit where like it's set in the American university thing, and there's this fella. He's really popular, and different houses they hire him to do parties. But there's one there for the rich tops, and they're all kind of bitchy and so on. And what he does is that they've got this dog with huge balls, huge testicles, so they just dangle. So what he does is they get the dog, so he ejaculates into the hot dog buns or into the cream and sort of thing. And then what they do is they take it to the party and they deliver it, and then you just got the gross images of them going, the cream is so good.
Oh no. No.
It's disgusting, but it's fun. You feel both you're laughing, but you feel utterly disgusted and grossed out at the
Yeah.
same time.
No.
If anybody actually did that, they should be charged with at least sexual
Oh
assault.
yeah.
Like that's
In real life,
Yeah,
terrible
IRL, yeah.
Yeah. But so much stuff in comedies is actually terrible crimes in real life. So
Yeah.
Yeah, there isn't. It's not something you would actually do.
there's
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah,
video
but
on
payback.
YouTube, some guys who do special effects where they just recut Home Alone with the sort of injuries that the wet burglars would have faced.
Oh, corridor
Mhm.
crew.
Yeah, and it's just like
Yeah.
blood and shit spraying everywhere from because Kevin McAllister would have killed those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially in Home Alone 2, there's one point there where he's lobbing bricks off like the third story at a guy and like hits him proper on the fucking head 3 times in a row. Like,
Yeah.
I don't care if you're an 8-year-old kid lobbing bricks. That's gonna kill someone.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
every time I see someone whacking someone in the head with a fire extinguisher or something, that's a brain injury.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
I
is.
used
That's
to-
a braining.
Yeah. I used to always joke, like in the Marvel movies, with because Captain America doesn't kill people, and he's throwing that shield.
Oh, he
around
kills
and
people.
That guy's a paraplegic. That guy's got a brain injury. That guy's definitely dead. And
It's the same as the old Batman movies.
Yeah, there's a YouTube channel called Corridor Digital. These guys who do really good special effects and whatnot, and they did one where they said, "Let's recut Captain America with the actual injuries these people would get."
Yes.
And they put all
Oh, the
blood sprays and-
Falcon fully decapitates someone in that one.
Yeah,
So good.
great. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
Well-
like I love switching off my brain. Sorry, you were going to say something, Chelsea?
I'm
See you,
actually
Toronto.
going to leave. I've got to head out this morning.
All right, no worries.
Yes,
mate. Yeah,
it's after
Hey,
midnight,
Chelsea.
so I can say this morning.
Bye.
Good night, then.
I'll see you hopefully next Friday.
Cheers,
Catch you
man.
later, Chelsea.
I really sober, angry again.
See, I'm fine.
It's shocking. It's shocking.
No, I love switching my brain off to watch like the Marvel movies and the DC movies and all of that sort of stuff. But you've got to switch your brain off to enjoy them.
Yeah.
Like not just like the whole thing about a guy like turning into a gigantic raging Hulk green monster thing, or another guy with the ability to fly autonomously and all of these sorts of different things. It's more like watching like Captain America. Spider-Man is another classic example of that. In the comics, Spider-Man's strength is such that he can put his fist straight through a brick wall like with ease. He is stupendously bloody strong, and in all of the movies he's not holding anything back and punching people straight in the face. It's like, I don't care, you could be the best fighter in the world, but if you don't have the strength or the resistance for that, like if he punches, you're dead. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. You're dead. It's just, I love it. I love it.
Okay, so I've found.
Tell us what you really think,
Good
though.
night, Toronto.
Um,
Night, Toronto.
Angry, I've found that scene. Now I've got the audio turned off, so no one will hear anything. So you should be all right in terms of what's it. And we're talking about it, so it's fair use anyway. But because there's no audio, you shouldn't get any problems. So basically, he's holding a load of bottles full of pee, and then
yes,
he gets pulled over by the cop.
Yeah.
And he's got all the bottles, and it's like, you've been drinking
liar,
that kind of
liar.
thing.
Yeah.
That's not beer. Yeah.
So it's like, you got some beer there. You've been drinking a bit, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know,
You'll shout your mouth
Oh,
if
no,
you know
for
what's
sure. Never
good
do
for you,
that.
buddy.
having to, well, what's that then? Oh, that's nothing. That's just, yeah, nothing. Don't worry. It's like, give me one of those bottles of yours in a second.
No, I can't
Silence.
do that.
Like, give me one of those bottles. It's like,
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's warm.
oh,
Yep.
you don't want to do that. Keep your mouth shut if you know what's good for you. Something like that.
He'd smell it.
Yeah,
before
you
it,
would
like,
definitely smell it beforehand, without a shadow of a doubt.
Go on your way.
And vomit.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Dumb and Dumber is one of
Yeah.
it's one of the two movies I've watched while I was on acid. So and the scene where the dude's being given the laxative because one guy's jealous of the other guy with the girl, and so it gives him strength, and where he does the uncontrollable shitting. I literally fell out of my seat on the cinema and was lying on the floor laughing. And
you were literally doing ROFL.
I was literally ROFLing. I fell out of my seat. It was just like, it was too much, and I just fell out of the seat laughing.
Yeah, no, that is the absolute of toilet humor, that part.
I think
I'll be back in a sec, everyone.
No worries.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
I've got another funny little story for you. It involves the Huntsman, actually, because I was in a Hangout, something like this, but it was in the Google Hangouts days. And so a bunch of us were chatting, and sort of somehow it ended up talking about spiders. And one of my friends there, Fiona, she's a little Scottish lady. And, when what she did, she'd have her coffee table and she'd be sat on the floor at the coffee table with a laptop on it, because it was like knee height kind of thing. Well, not even that. Well, it probably was for her because she's short. But anyway, so she's 5'0". She hasn't got dandruff because I'm head and shoulders taller than she is. But anyway, so well, she's a massive arachnophobe, so she's kind of cringing at the conversation. And someone went and posted a picture at the side of something else, and I posted a picture of the Huntsman, and she mistakenly opened it, and the next thing we heard was a scream and saw the bottom of her feet, because like and fell back, her feet showing. It was really funny. It doesn't. It sounds less funny than now, but at the time it was hilarious. The whole room was just laughing at that sort of stuff.
I just got an SMS from a friend of mine. They need me to give them a call, so I'm going to jump off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Grass.
Funnily enough, I'm going to as well, because it's getting on a bit. I'm still wearing a nightgown, so I haven't got dressed yet.
Well, it's night time here, so you're forgiven.
Yeah. But yeah, good news is I'm a smidgen away about getting my second assessment at the Gender Identity Clinic.
Oh, excellent.
So hopefully in the next couple of weeks. And then I'll be on hormones, which is just what I've been waiting for 2.25 years. So it's really exciting time.
Excellent. Moving in the right direction. Love to hear it.
Yes. So I phoned up day before yesterday, and I was told that Dr. Wookie, because the gender doctor, the guy that did my first assessment, is called Luke Wookie.
Okay.
It's Key, not IE. But either way, I have never been assessed by a Wookie before. Until then. So so he works for the clinic on Thursdays, because they got like a bunch of them, and they do a day each for the 5 days. So one does it one day, one does it Tuesday, then next Wednesday, and so on. So he does it on Thursday, and he's the one that's been dealing with me. And so when I phoned up the other day, he's like, he comes in on Thursdays, and he'll be looking through paperwork, and we've got your bloods now. So he'll probably look at it tomorrow, which is yesterday. So I could end up getting a call the next few days. Next week, early next week, maybe even. And that'll be, let's set a date for your second assessment, and then I will be assessed. And it's like, you can now have hormones.
Nice.
So excited about that. Like I said,
No, that's a huge positive move. Yeah.
One of the things that happens for people when they start taking hormones is the first thing is a real sense of relief. Imagine to use a sort of schizophrenic kind of idea of thinking about it. You're on the meds and the voices stop talking to you.
And that's the thing and that's an excellent likeness, because it's like when your body is actually doing the wrong things and sending the wrong message, and you get the appropriate medication that sets the body on the right path. Of course, that's a massive relief.
Yeah. So
whether
like
it's a physical thing or a brain thing, the appropriate medication that stops your body fucking with you is a massive relief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I bet. That's
Yeah.
excellent news.
And there is another one, but you know, it's having Asperger's. I never really had a brilliant like sense of humor as such. You know, I'd always been, to sort of use Star Trek analogy, I'd always been the Spock Data.
Yes.
Tuvok kind of the straight man.
The unemotional one, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I have emotions, but I'm not very good at dealing with them. You know, don't know what to do with them a lot of the time. And the biggest ones that I used to show when I was young was rage. Things that get up to, get on me, and then eventually it just, pop bottle, poof, all explode into rage, and that's when people got hurt. I once knocked a kid out because he shoulder barged me, and that was the last tether.
Back in a moment.
And I then went up behind him and smacked him in the back of his forehead, sort of two-handed fist thing, and knocked him clean out for 5 minutes.
Damn, okay.
And he never, ever, ever spoke to me again.
God damn.
Let alone try bullying me. He never spoke to me again. Yeah. But so when it comes to emotions and stuff,
we lost Grasshopper.
Yeah,
Grasshopper had to go and answer a call. Yeah,
but I never had much of an emotional sort of range as such, being Aspie. And one of the things I'm hoping for is to maybe have an emotional awakening thanks to HRT.
That is
it's a thing. It's
yeah.
not okay. So I have lived that exact experience, and it kind of like your baseline Aspie, and then it goes up, and then do, and kind of levels off a bit. So that's my experience anyway. Right. Suddenly I could cry in movies, and it was amazing, and then it petered off a bit.
Yeah. Well, I've already had a bit of that. Now that I'm living my life as I am, I don't feel the sort of and it's so embedded. I never realized it was quite that insidious, I suppose you could say. The male machismo, you're not allowed to cry at movies or, that kind of thing.
Insidious is the right word for it.
Yeah, and so I've started like getting tears in my eyes after watching the end of Rocky. He wins and Adrian, and I was like, my heart is going like that. Because I'm letting go of that male machismo expectation. Imagine what I'm going to be like when I get hormones. And you didn't hear what I was saying because you were away.
Okay.
I am like this close. So close away from getting HRT.
Oh, nice.
I had my first assessment a few weeks ago, and the next one will be soon. My bloods have been done. They've got the blood work now, so the next assessment should be in the next, few weeks. I should be contacted about setting a date for it in the next few days.
Cool.
So I'm so
That's
close.
Awesome.
By the summer, I will be on hormones, and it's going to be brilliant.
Nice.
After 2.25 years of waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I went from there's a new Manchester clinic that's open, Gender Identity Clinic. And in 6 weeks, I went from being contacted for the first time, getting me on their books. A week later was the screening call. A week and a half later was, right, let's get a date for you. And then a few weeks later had the first assessment. That was 6 weeks. You don't even get that in 6 months with a normal gender identity clinic. And it's more like 18 months to get the first assessment. That was what I was told. Now it's 30 months. And that doesn't include COVID, which took another year on top of that. And then there's another year to 18 months for the second assessment. That's when you get hormones. and I'm a textbook
Yep.
example of trans woman. So there's no non-binary juggling to sort of trying to figure it
Yeah.
out. Like I fit straight in that category. It's just a perfect pigeonhole that's special sized for me. I fit nicely in there.
Yeah.
And not only that, there isn't even the sexuality thing to worry about because I'm asexual. So, there's no sexual preference. Oh, well, what about this? What about that?
Oh, look, that whole sexual preference thing is a massive hangover from like the 1950s approach to transgenderism. It's just so bullshit, and like it's still in the diagnostic criteria that they check things like sexual preference, and it's fucked in the head.
Yeah,
not
I mean,
necessary.
one of the big
but
changes with
It's
this.
a,
Sorry,
it's a mere formality that they even ask, but they still have to do it sometimes.
Mm.
Like it's messed up.
Well, this new Manchester clinic. So the traditional, ones still have the hang up, like you were talking about, from when being transgendered was considered a mental disorder. So they still have a kind of, the way that they do things is still based upon, still has legacy standards from those times. So when you effectively see them, you've got to basically justify why they should help you. Why they should treat you like a grown up and allow you to make decisions for your life and take these hormones.
It's pretty messed up.
Because the NHS brilliant at pretty much everything, rubbish at trans care and mental health. And that's where charities come in. But for the trans care stuff, you've got to convince them that you're trans enough. Now with this new one, it's like, okay, what are your goals and how can we help you? Their job is to help you achieve your goals. And it's done on a primary care basis rather than a specialist clinic thing. So it's the equivalent of seeing a dietitian or something, So it's much more.
That's so good.
It's much more. You're more. You're not so much a patient as such, as they offer a client that they're offering a service to.
When I started my transition, it was deep in the whole the whole mental health care model. I had to see 2 psychiatrists for a diagnosis, and I had to basically play it up. And one of my psychiatrists actually told me, "Yeah, you need to do that. Like, play it up to the other psychiatrist." It was so messed up, and I'm glad that those days are over, or starting to fade into obscurity, because it's messed up.
It was just crazy. But like I say, the waiting lists are just obscene with the traditional ones, and and the problem is their budget is shit as well. They don't have
well, no one wants to fund them, no one wants to join them. It's sometimes, like in the old guard, it's seen as a bit of a stigma to even like treat trans people in the first place. No one does research on it because A, you can't get grants for it, and B, no one wants to do the research because it's a career ender. And it's just so fucked. And like, things are changing, but change comes so slowly in the medical community. It's glacial in its change. It's awful.
How much of the slowness is because of politics?
Sorry?
How much of that slowness in the progression is due to political interference? With like with you, so like the doctors, it's glacial slow.
Yes.
How much would you say that is because of the politics getting involved.
Oh, yeah, internal politics in the medical community. Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what it is. It's and in some respect, like actual politics. Like your progressive politics are all over it, but they have to cater to everyone, otherwise they don't get voted in. So, and in the medical community, it's a thing as well. I remember the psych I was seeing. One of his colleagues, it was forever trying to convince him to get out of transgender care, and that's all he did. And he he was always asked, "Oh, isn't it just like attention seeking and all of this?" And it's just so fucked. And this is only 10 years ago. Like this is fairly recent.
You should see the shit that happened in London last year. So basically,
yeah, London is the worst from what I've heard.
There's the Tavistock Centre, which is where the kids go, and they're hatred towards giving kids blockers, puberty blockers.
Puberty blockers, yep.
And so there's this girl called Kira Bell, who thought she was trans, and she detransitioned because it wasn't working for her. And so now, and effectively the claim, which used evidence which was complete fraud, which came from an American Christian evangelical right think tank that doesn't like abortion or what's that? Anything of that nature.
Ultra right wing think tanks can die in a fire.
So that's where the evidence came from, and someone who worked for the NHS in their digital department changed the language to say, because the lie was effectively these are experimental drugs, these puberty blockers, and that they have side effects and it can damage bits of this, that, and the other. And there's no evidence for this, because and what we say is there's no evidence for long term. Well, for trans kids, the reason is because you don't take them for long. Once you get beyond 16, so you take them for maybe a couple of years as puberty begins, and then when they're old enough to make decisions, then they can then decide to take hormones, at which point they don't need the puberty blockers anymore, because they're going to be taking they'll be taking the for trans girls, they will be taking
appropriate hormone
testosterone
therapy
blockers and take estrogen, and the opposite way around. But these medications have been used for decades for kids who have had precocious puberty, which is when puberty starts when they're like 6 or something. And so they give them these medications and it stops them from going through puberty. And when they get to puberty age, they just come off it and they naturally go through puberty. But they don't like to talk about things like that, because that's, suggesting that they work.
Heaven forbid.
Other things is like the sheer amount of people who've been referred. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there's so many that are trans, and most of them grow out of it. Well, that's true. They have a feeling that might be like this, and they get to go through some assessments like, yeah, maybe this isn't for me after all, and they drop out.
Yeah.
So, but in terms of, I was saying about the funding, so Leeds, which was the one I was originally assigned to, their budget is for 27 people a month, and they get over 100 referrals a month. So if we look at it in a COVID kind of sense, imagine you're only, you've got a store and they can only get 27 people an hour through with social distancing, but they have 100 people joining the queue an hour. Imagine what that's going to be like. The system is all broken. And so what's needed is, effectively a bit like this New Manchester one. They saw 150 people, between December when they started doing things to when I was first contacted, and that was at the start of January. So in a month and a half, not the start of January, so mid-January. In a month and a half, they dealt with 150 people. The worst clinic in the UK is Exeter. I'm pointing towards Exeter. You can't see this, but I'm like pointing an outrage, as in, it was like Nazi. It was the Nazi salute of pointing. Anyway, the
We feel the rage.
Exeter, they dealt with 2 people in a year. Now, I think it is unfair to include COVID where all the clinics were shut. But that date started at the end of September and went through until, even if we go till March, which is when the first lockdown happened. So, even if you take those 4 or 5 months, they only dealt with 2 people in that time. That's less than 1 a month. What on earth are they doing or not doing there? I mean, if you join that queue now, you'd probably be retired before you get seen. It'd be like 6-7 years. They had over 1,000 people. They won't deal for everyone in this century if they do it at the rate they're doing it.
Well, yeah. That's what it's like sometimes.
So so what happened is there was a big case in London, and now, thanks to the lies and TERFs, providing lies, and courts, the judge and people not knowing what the hell they're talking about because they don't know what trans stuff is, and the only evidence they've got is not true. That's and has been shown since to be a fraud. They basically decided that puberty blockers can't be given to kids unless they get a signed letter from a professional, it's like, from a doctor. So they're banned for, they've got to get, they've got to go through the court to get permission to assign them. So you get a letter
Family
from the
court,
doctor, petition the court. Who knows how long that will take until you get your case, and then you petition the court, they decide yes, you can have them. That's it's fucked right now. But it's going to be appealed soon. I think it's March or something. Sorry, that can't be that. April. Sorry. It's going to be dealt with soon anyway. There's an appeal going through, and it has been fast tracked as well. Often appeals take a year or 2. This one's been fast tracked, to like 5 months afterwards or something. So, hopefully, the people who know the lies will be able to explain how this is lies and the source is a right-wing evangelical, anti-abortionist, anti-gay, anti-LGBT, anti-pre-sexual, pre-sex before marriage, group. I mean, honestly, you couldn't get more right-wing. The only thing you can get more right-wing is Nazism.
Yes. I remember a joke in an old Australian sketch show that had very conservative Australian Prime Minister John Howard sort of standing in the shop, and someone saying, "Who's that guy standing to your left? Is that Genghis Khan?" And John Howard's going, "Oh, you're typical of a lefty saying I'm to the right of Genghis Khan," and going, "No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's Genghis Khan on your left." Taking that metaphor and making it literal. It's like they didn't get it at first. There's John Howard, and then there's this huge guy dressed up as a Mongol standing next to him, saying, "Is that Genghis Khan to your left?" And he's going, "Oh, you lefties are always saying I'm to the right of Genghis Khan." And go, "No, but for real, who's that standing next to you?"
That's so funny.
Anyway,
Actually,
that going
Yeah.
I was doing, I'm going to actually do now.
Oh yeah, that was half an hour ago. You said you were going.
I know, but I started talking about trans stuff, and
Yeah.
obviously, were you the same, Abigail, when you sort of first started? Then you just became
Yep.
you almost became an activist, not in the sense of I'm going to become an
Yeah.
activist.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. All my friends heard everything about it at
Yeah.
all times. Yeah.
I have to keep mentally kicking myself and trying not to be the trans equivalent of a vegan.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I get what you're saying there. Yeah.
Because with vegans, it's not long before they start talking about how you shouldn't be eating meat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Trains and trans stuff. That's
Yeah.
Anyway, radio. Well, thanks for the chat. Really enjoyed it again. Apologies for no screen on. I look frightful because one of my elements of dysphoria is I'll get up in the morning, I'll go to the loo for the first time, and unlike Ozzy, I don't PIPA, but but I turn around to wash my hands. There's the mirror, and it's a guy's head on a girl's nightgown, and that's dysphoria for me. So seeing my own face on without makeup and stuff, it just makes me feel ugh. Now, hopefully, I'll look as pretty as Abigail does there in the future.
Well, I hope you look a lot better than I do, because
with makeup on,
I've
I've had people say actually you look quite feminine. So hopefully the softer skin. Softer skin is not like Trump, which is thin skinned. Because that's a guy who's so thin skinned, and yet he still manages to have a face that looks like leather. But anyway, enough Trump jokes. So I'm going to get going. So take care of yourself and have a good sweet dreams.
Good night.
And don't forget to breathe tonight, Angry.
Good call. Good call. Absolutely.
Okay. Good night. Take care. Bye bye.
Night, Laura.
Good night. You have seen this before, but you might not remember. Angry that.
Oh, look at that. Nice.
That's a hat.
You don't remember, but we met in Sydney once and I was wearing that. So
yeah, that was God, I haven't been to Sydney. Yeah, but I remember the events in Sydney, definitely.
Yeah, it was the first YouTube thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
I bought that in Rockhampton when I lived there. I saw that and I thought I'm not passing that up.
Nice.
And when you walk through the street, you know who has arachnophobia and who doesn't.
Because you got a giant spider on your head.
Yeah, they just walk, cool spider, and then the ones just panic and they body jumps and their eyes go around as dishpans or something else.
I saw this photo and it's like from the early 20th century and it was meant to be for head lice awareness. And there's a woman who's modeling and her hat is just a thing of like a giant head lice. And so
oh my God.
she's got this
that's nightmare fuel.
thing on her head. It's really okay. That's weird, guys. Well, even though I'm sober, I might go to bed. I'm not sober. I'm drunk, actually. but I'm not. I'm not last Friday night drunk.
Yeah.
You're not
like how's your father drunk?
The most I've seen someone drunk. So in the early 90s, outside the Penrith RSL, and this fella, the bouncers, they carried him out and they set him on the front stairs, and they called a taxi for him, and they put his body into a position so he wouldn't fall. And then, like every 5 or so minutes, they kept coming out and they kept moving his body into different positions, and he's just still. It's like it was like one of those like dolls moving around. They stay still. Like,
Weekend at Bernie's. That's what
and
that is.
And the group I was with, we're thinking he doesn't need a taxi home and needs an ambulance at the hospital.
Yeah.
But you weren't quite that bad. So have
No,
you had
but-
your breathing, your sleep test done yet, or
Sleep? No, it's on Monday actually.
Monday?
So all things being, if I get private space, I might actually stream from the sleep study so you can see me with all the fucking electrodes attached to my head and shit.
And if you talk in your sleep, we will monitor every word you say carefully.
I still think that would be fun if I leave, because I've got a little tripod. Oh shit! I was going to point to my iPhone and just knocked it off the table.
Oh no.
Well,
It's not as embarrassing as if you had have broken a glass live on stream, because that shit's embarrassing. How would you be?
No,
like,
that's bad.
what you just want to die if you ever did that.
Yeah,
I need a new phone, so if you're throwing phones away, I'll take it.
this is the first one where I've actually cracked the screen. You can't really see it because I got one of those stick-on things that are like Teflon on it, and underneath that it's cracked. But because I've got this beautiful sort of Teflon thing over the top, it doesn't actually matter. But every now and then I hold it at an angle and the light catches. It goes, oh, that's right. I dropped it on concrete that one time, and it actually put a crack in the screen.
Yeah. I've got this Nokia. It's a 3.1, and it's hit the ground several times. Even these Androids are pretty tough for the Nokias. And then one day it fell in my pocket and it landed on my dog. So it had the padding of his body, and it just gently slipped off and touched the concrete where he was laying, and the whole thing was shattered. All of it.
Yep.
And I was like, all that crashing hard, nothing, just the slightest touch. I guess it was just that one tap too many, and then my black became part white, which I don't mind. I actually think it looks better. But I need to replace this because it's getting glitchy. And today I had to take the SIM card out and put it back in because it wouldn't read it. So I've got to buy a new phone.
All right. I haven't had quite that problem, but this one I've got a little tripod for this, so I'll, if I can, I'll set it up on a little thing when I go to sleep, and then there'll be this weird, creepy video of me on YouTube sleeping, and maybe occasionally talking in my sleep.
You don't walk in your sleep, do you?
I don't walk in my sleep, but I think occasionally I do talk in my sleep. Not often, but I think occasionally I talk in my sleep, so that could be a thing.
Before you go,
yeah.
I'm just trying to get the kitten.
Oh, the kitten's gonna say goodnight. The kitten's so cute.
Yay!
Good night.
Very cute.
Kitten.
Bye.
So I will, in all probability, be live for Saturday night as well. Have one or two drinks. See, I've been really responsible tonight. I can sleep in bed rather than on the lounge because I'm not completely rat-assed. So that's good. So see all you fine people another time, Saturday night if you're around.
Live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper.
Have a good sleep, everyone.
Go to bed. See you all.
Good night.
Bye.